What is up, folks? Greetings and happy Friday. It's Friday, right? Man, it's been a wild week or two. Well, I guess wild is the last word I should use to describe it, because fuck all, it's been going on, but I don't know, my sense of time and place is just completely out of whack, but I guess that's how it should be if you're on vacation, right? Anyway, welcome everybody to the next installment of the Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Friday Night Bonus Stream, the first one of 2022, and I'm sure it's gonna be a doozy. I mean, it always is, right? Got a whole bunch of you guys here already. That's what we like to see. Cody _ Atomic Runner, Dat Demo, Sinuj, Jay Running Wild, Sword Fan. Greetings, everybody. Lurkers and Chad, VOD viewers, everybody else, of course. Welcome, welcome. All holidays wreaking havoc with your time. Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm going back to work proper on Monday, and I'm honestly not really looking forward to it. It'll be fun. It's just, I don't know. I've really not felt like I've been able to properly make good use of my time off. And, or even, like, I try to not take so much time off. I worked in between Christmas and New Year to try to save a few holiday days for later this year. Starting to wonder if that was a good idea or not, because I feel like I've not quite been able to, like, sort of decompress and unplug. I feel like I'm just about to reach that point now when I'm, like, about to head back to work, which kind of sucks, but oh well. It's at least I can say there's a lot of work stuff lined up for when I get back, which honestly is probably a good thing, because it'll give me something to focus on, at least. I think work is kind of at its worst, for me anyway, when there's, like, nothing to do. It gets really, not just boring, but, like, I don't know, I feel really restless, and guilty isn't the word for it, but, like, you feel bad for, like, not having stuff to do. It's kind of weird. Working sucks. I mean, not working is great. I'll say that much. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, I mean, I really don't like this time of year. Especially the time of year that we're heading into right now. Like, December is okay, because at least you've kind of got Christmas. There's, you know, there's a certain atmosphere to it. You haven't quite gotten sick of winter just yet. But February, or January through February, and I guess March, it's easily my least favorite time of year. And I don't know, I'm just finding myself really looking forward to summer. Like, I had a, I don't know, I guess somewhat inadequate time off over the holidays, so I'm just, like, looking forward to making up for it in summer. It's like, part of why I'd wanted to save a few days of my paid time off was, like, to maybe go on some kind of break or do something earlier in the year. But the way things are looking now, like, well, specifically, I'd been thinking of wanting to do some traveling. And that's not really looking very likely to happen currently. So maybe I would have been better off just well, whatever. It doesn't matter. I mean, I can take those days off whenever I want, basically, as long as I don't have too important work stuff going on, which of course I do right as we get back. But maybe I'll just take an extended recovery weekend at some point in February or something. February, of course, is when King of Fighters 15 is coming out. I guess I'll have to think about that. Post Rolling Thunder recovery stream. Well, I mean, yes and no. Recovery, I think, in the sense that I was literally, like, kind of falling asleep in my computer chair an hour ago. I'd, like, just eaten dinner, and I was like, just feeling really tired. And I was like, you know, at least streaming some high octane fighting games, that's gonna get me riled up. That's gonna get some energy and excitement levels back up. So yeah, I think I'll be able to recover. But I'm not sure if I would say I need recovery specifically from Rolling Thunder 3. I think that's like, it's given me more energy over the past week than anything else. I mean, it was getting a little stressful as we were grinding out the final stage and everything, but that was just because that was an accumulated fatigue over the course of playing a whole bunch of games and whatnot. But yeah, man, fucking Rolling Thunder 3, what an awesome game. I guess I shouldn't say that I had low expectations or you know, but it was better than I thought, and I really liked it, and I'm definitely itching to play more of it. Try to play through hard mode at some point. But I actually have a few other things somewhat lined up, sorting a few things out to kind of figure out what we're going to be playing and kind of in what order and whatnot. But I actually have a few games coming in the mail. One thing led to another, and I made some kind of impromptu purchases, and some of it is kind of like just whatever, but some of it is kind of stuff I legitimately want to, I'm like eager to get my hands on to play. And I feel like one thing I've come to realize, although it's not exactly a revelation, but during my, you know, the last week or two, it's like I have such a hard time getting around to playing games when I'm not streaming. Like I can't exactly explain why. I'm just like never in the mood for it, and I'm always like too, I don't even want to use the word tired. I'm just like not feeling into it, and anytime I boot something up, I usually just quit after like 10 minutes. Like, I don't know. I feel kind of restless and impatient, but when I'm streaming, it's a different story. I mean, I certainly get impatient on stream too, but it's different. So there's definitely stuff that I had kind of looked at playing last year, or even just thought about for a while, and we'll see how that lines up. But I think I'm looking to get some of that stuff I'd ordered probably in the coming week. Maybe we'll jump right into some of that. Maybe that will, you know, inspire me to dig into some of the other stuff in my backlog. I don't know, but I'm not to say I'm not looking forward to tonight, but there's some stuff on the horizon that I'm looking forward to digging into. As usual, though, I don't want to announce too much ahead of time when I don't exactly know what's going to be coming up specifically, but rest assured, there's some interesting and fun stuff coming up, I would say. But for tonight, we are, of course, going to be playing some fighting games. You guys are going to help me figure out what we're going to play. I was looking at the spreadsheet earlier, and man, we're currently at 49.64% completion on this list. We're getting there. I mean, I keep adding games to the list at a similar rate to clearing them off here, but we're making progress in some form or another. And as always, it's mixed emotions, excitement and dread, and what's the word? I don't know. I'm always surprised somehow. It's my fucking list. It's all my games. I still am able to be surprised with the picks you guys make. But it should be fun. It always is. One of the community aspect of streaming, having people to hang out with, is part of it. I mean, for sure. I think it's kind of like the difference between going to the cinema to watch a movie versus watching it on your computer. When you go to the cinema, there's like no distractions, and you have to focus on it, and that's my preferred way of watching movies. And I find myself when I'm at home, like if I even attempt to watch something, I just get very distracted usually, and I just like, you know, I kind of keep an eye on Twitter or whatever else, and it makes it hard to like commit to even just spending 2 hours watching something. And I think with games, like, it's kind of the same thing. If I play something on my own, I just kind of get bored with it. I'm not really sure. That's not even really the emotion or the word I would use to describe it. I just like I find it harder to focus, I guess, because when I'm when I'm playing games on stream, like, yeah, there's the kind of communal aspect of it, hanging out, sure, and I really appreciate that. And I definitely have more fun streaming games when there's engagement from chat, of course. But even when there isn't, the fact that I have an obligation of sorts to entertain, I want to vocalize my thoughts, you know, my reactions to what's happening in the game. It forces me to put a certain level of focus on playing the game that I'm not ever going to when I'm playing on my own. Like, you know, obviously I can play games, it happens. I play games by myself and I'm very invested, I'm very engaged. But I always have the option at any moment to disengage. And I don't really have that when I play on stream, and I think that's the bigger difference. Of course, I love sharing it with people. I mean, it's why I watch streams a lot, and I play games on stream, and having people, like, being able to share the experience is great. That's for sure like the biggest part of the appeal, I would say. But it's not the only thing, and it's not the only difference. I mentioned this a lot of times before too, but like certain games I would like to play off stream, or would like to be able to, but I find it hard to have the patience, etc. Whereas other games I don't like playing on stream because I get like low viewership and low engagement, which isn't like, it's not upsetting to me because my numbers aren't going up or whatever. It's more like I don't get the benefit that I would get from streaming if I don't get any engagement. But also games that, like, where the way I would want to be able to play when I'm streaming is not beneficial to whatever, like that particular game, you know. Hey, what's up, Soldier? Happy Friday. Like, I've been playing through a bunch of the Yakuza games, for example, and the Judgment games, and I played a little bit of those on stream. We played through the Hokuto no Ken game, Hokuto ga Gotoku, on stream, and that was a fun experience. I played a little bit of Yakuza 0 on stream a billion years ago, and I just found myself not having so much fun. Like, those games are so long. I love watching people play those games on stream. It's really fun, but when I play, I just find myself not enjoying the game as much if I'm playing it the way I kind of have to if I'm streaming. So my stream is not going to be as fun as it can be, I feel like, and my experience with the game isn't as good as it can be. So I sort of, as I've been keeping playing those games, those have definitely been my kind of offline games that I play for myself. Sometimes, you know, it can be a little tricky to figure out what camp a game kind of fits into. Lights and Tight Spaces is a game I played a lot last year, and I've streamed that a few times, and I think it fits into a similar kind of category where it's a game I like to play while I'm doing something else, which I obviously can't really do when I'm streaming. It's a game where if I'm streaming, I feel obligated to sort of explain my thought process and that kind of stuff, which makes the game, an already kind of slow game, even slower. And chat doesn't necessarily seem to be like super into it when I've streamed it, so like, I don't know. It's not that I mind doing it per se, but it's not one of those games that I'm dying to stream because I know that that's the only way I'm gonna really get to it, you know. But that's neither here nor there. Tonight we're playing some fighting games, and those, you know, a lot of these games I'm not realistically gonna just pull out to play for myself if we're not doing it for stream. So that's a perfect example. And the way this works, of course, if you are new to these streams, we are going to be playing games off of this list that you can find by typing the command !VS. We're going to do some raffles. The winner of a given raffle, whoever manages to rig the raffle the most successfully, will get to pick a game from the list, we'll play it, and I usually try to go for somewhere between 30 and 60 minutes or so, try to at least beat one arcade mode playthrough, or, you know, give it a decent go, or, you know, however long it takes before I either beat the game or give up. and hopefully try to get through at least 5 or so games over the course of this evening. Can you suggest something that's not on the list? Not really. I mean, you can make a suggestion, but I'm not soliciting requests to add things to the list. The list is primarily made up of stuff that's in my collection, and there happens to be things on the list that are not part of my physical collection. And that's kind of a holdover from when I first made this list for a different stream years ago, where I just had stuff on MAME. So everything that's been added since in the last like 2 years is literally things that I own. Well, technically some of them are digital, but otherwise physical copies of. There will be a coin reward opening up later tonight, where you can spend a bunch of channel points to bypass the raffle if you would so prefer. But we want to make sure to kick things off with a proper raffle. So let's do that then, and I'll give you guys the word when that is all set up, which should be very shortly. And we're going to try a new feature here and see if this works. I've been doing a little work on setting things up with some new tools to streamline the streaming process, and hopefully not too much is going to break. Let's give this a shot. Boom. Raffle is open. I guess I'm already explaining this in chat, so I don't need to do it vocally, but I guess I can do it anyway in case someone is listening and not watching. Type the word raffle in chat in the next 2 minutes 45 seconds, and you will be eligible to pick the next game. If you happen to be a subscriber, an esteemed member of the Skull Club, you will get a 3 times more likely chance. Is that how you say that in English? Of getting your name picked. That's my my attempt to give something back to the community. I'm always feeling guilty for not providing any proper service or benefits to my subscribers, but here's one at least. I mean, whether that's more powerful than rigging protocols, you be the judge. Subs get 3 raffle tickets. I guess that's a simpler way of phrasing it. Yes. Just realized my Christmas tree here is not. Actually, it is on. It's just, oh yeah, batteries are on. Batteries are running out. Man, fucking auto mod catches the weirdest things. Anyway, instead of try to be really lucky. Yeah, I mean, works for some people. Works for some people. Gotta respect the hustle. Always the added nerves of the first game of the evening to some anticipation of what we're in for. But it should be good times. Should be good times. All right, there's 1 minute left to enter the raffle. I'm gonna probably tweak this. I think usually people join the raffle. Well, actually, I guess I'm not sure. I was gonna say people usually join the raffle like right away. So having a long timer on it's maybe not necessary. But then there's always people who manage to just scrape, like either just squeak in on the finish line or just miss it. So I don't know. Maybe 3 minutes is fine. Done your part by probably losing. Hey, there's always a chance. Don't give up prematurely. All right, last call. Type raffle in chat if you want to have the chance of picking the first game for tonight's stream. Music though. All right. Let's go. Winner of the raffle. Boom! Atomic Runner. It worked. It worked.
what can you say? Being really lucky. It's just it's quality strat. Dual Souls, The Last Bearer. All right, this is going to be interesting. I got this game recently, and I know absolutely nothing about it, basically. Gonna pick a lottery ticket? I mean, hey, your luck. You might have spent all your luck, though. Who knows? Who knows? This is a PC game, so I'm gonna need to do a little bit of setup here. Okay, those are all labeled up here. Still haven't sorted out this mess since freaking Crazy Climber stream on Christmas. Oh, we'll figure it out. How the heck did I manage to get this done up so bad? Not even the stick that I wanted. What am I fucking do? Well, I can put away the cables properly at least. Bear with me. We'll get there in a moment. Running Wild, did you play this game? I'm not sure if anyone knows this game. This game, anyone who's familiar in chat, feel free to fill in here. I vaguely recall some of the broad strokes. Let's see, we should hop on over here, I guess. I'm pretty sure I don't have any artwork for this, so let's just ignore that and update the title. What's it called? Dual Souls, Last Bearer. It's quite something, yeah. All right, let's see here. We don't need that capture. Let's, oh yeah, let's check this shit out. I'm gonna bring in the timer. Whoop, there we go. All right, let's try to boot. I haven't even tried booting this up, so hopefully it'll work fine. Are these Rolling Thunder jams, hot as they are? So this game, it's like a sequel to a GBA game or something.
Dual Souls, The Last Bearer.
Fucking loud is what it is. Of course, is just how that works. Streaming PC stuff. Always. Where's my capture? Do I? Give me a second. Did I? Okay. I've been cleaning some stuff up here in my OBS layout, and apparently I removed some stuff that I should not have removed. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Let's just copy this transform. This would not be a viewer's choice versus fighting game stream if we didn't have a bunch of technical issues. Why is it frozen? Okay. The game's running on my end. Okay, let me work on this. Okay, let me try to add another source that is missing that should be here. Game capture. That looks better. That looks better. Also, let me try and fix the audio. That's maybe a little more bearable. Okay, I think we're good. Unsupported controller. Okay. Need to configure it. Yes, I guess. Space? I need a fucking analog stick. Alright, do I wait this out? Or if I press escape, is everything gonna... I'll just wait this out. I guess it's just the analog stick inputs that are missing. Oh, looks like it's mostly working. So yeah, this is like a, I think this was like a sequel to a GBA game or something like that. It's like a, because they released the original game, and there was also like a, there was like an announced but unreleased update to that game that I think never came out, that they have now ported to Steam alongside this like new game, this sequel or whatever. And yeah, it just launched kind of out of nowhere. And it seems pretty dank, but also kind of cool, I guess. Mission, okay, sure. Blood and dismemberment, alright, okay. Alright, quality language selection, alright, we're good like that, I think. New characters, I guess. Oh yeah, here's the GBA game that you can play or edit. This is literally my first time booting this up, so I'm like, I don't even know what I'm looking at here. I guess we'll start the timer just to have it running here. Hopping in here real quick to have like some idea of what the heck I'm even doing. Dude, I gotta fucking lean back. This is moving, like just walking back and forth. It's like... This run, is this... maybe this is having, SL. What the fuck is SL? I'm wondering if this is, maybe it's someone who played this before. Is this having some frame rate issues? I have a feeling that might be the case. Like, is this running twice as fast as it should be? Because my refresh rate. Oh, this should not be happening. So. Because I noticed, like, I couldn't even dash. Like, I had to mash, like, absurdly fast to dash.
Nani?
Yeah, let me just change my thing here. My display settings is what it's called. It's funny, yeah, it's come up frequently. Well, I was about to say that it's funny that it's happening recently, but I guess I haven't had this high refresh rate monitor for that long, so I guess it's because of that. But yeah, it seems to be a weirdly common issue. So I guess we're changing it to 60 hertz. I'm on 120 right now. So let's change to 60. I'm gonna... it kind of looks like it's... Yeah, it's... yeah. It's running at the correct speed now. I'll do this in the right order. Okay. Also, like, I guess this probably should be in 4x3. Like, the UI, everything's correctly scaled, but the movement in the sprites look... I don't know, but it's like, this is a new game, so... Well... about as dank as I expected, I guess, in some ways.
Excellent.
The button layout is kind of weird, too, with like the slashes are on the bottom, then the kick and power attack or whatever. I don't think we're gonna have much problem with the game being too slow. I mean, on the one hand, I can actually control it, which is good. BS? What button is BS? Is that... no? Big slash, I guess. So like, why does it keep... as soon as like I press a... I guess as soon as I try to start the combo, it's like hiding... No, it's just flashing, hiding the inputs. Hit the... Yeah, like the jumps are so like shallow. There's like no input buffer. So I have to like delay the... Oh, I didn't see what the other... Okay. Power cancel. Okay, okay. Alright. No. Oh, the kind of link off the jump in is kind of tricky. Getting used to the buttons, both like the layout of where they are and which is which, and also it's reading the commands is kind of tricky. For a sec. Oh, okay, that's an interesting move. Like everything is on a the button layout feels really unintuitive just a beginner, because it's it's kind of like Guilty Gear actually, in that you don't have like you know, three punches and 3 kicks. You have like, because in most fighting games you have like, you know, 1 set of punches, 1 set of kicks, or maybe you have 1 light, medium, heavy, or something like that. But when you have like light, medium, heavy, and then in this thing, and then that thing, like in Guilty Gear, there's like punch and kick, light, heavy, and dust, and it fucks with my brain just trying to figure out how they all like correspond to each other. And this is the same, except like I'm not familiar with these names, so it's hard to, and like just on the I should probably change the button layout, because the kick and power attack are on the top row, and the light and heavy slashes are on the bottom row. It's really weird. Oh, I got that. So it doesn't tell me anything about like resources or how this works. Like, I'm driven nuts by the way this shit just disappears off screen constantly. It would be a little easier. Like, I would have an easier time learning if I could actually see what the inputs are, but that's fine. Oh, I see a kick input, and I press the physical button where I feel the kick should be. That's not where it is.
Sonic Slash. Go.
That's not the kick button.
This.
And there's no like
Take this.
there's no input buffer to allow you to do like early inputs.
Rocket.
So you have to like actually time them
Rocket.
like you would in a really like ancient fighting game.
Take this.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
What's going on? Oh shit. Sorry about that. Yep, apparently this OBS scene is all kinds of messed up here. Alert was hidden there. But anyway, Nico Jazz, thank you very, very much for 19 months of unspeakable horror. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, like the reason I wanted to pop into the tutorial to begin with was with like I've never even seen this game played, so I don't even know how anything works or like what's kind of special about anything. Well, I can see a little command on my meter. That's the thing, I guess. I feel like you could probably look at a move list and just like hop in and mash and probably have a pretty good time.
Take this. Take this.
But I would try to.
Rocket. Home run.
So I wonder.
Rocket. Home run.
But yeah, that did not combo.
Rocket. Home run.
That's the.
Rocket. Home run.
I guess you can't. Do I click this? Yeah, I guess I click that with my mouse. Yeah,
Home run.
yeah I figured
Rock.
some of that whiffed. That's fine.
Go!
So like you had to do it mid-screen, I guess. That's not the kick button.
Rocket. Home run.
Alright, but not too mid-screen. Okay. Yeah, I think it said at the beginning like some combos require specific positioning, which makes sense.
Take this.
It's not the kick button.
Rocket. Home run. Take this. Sonic Slash.
What magic arrow? Jump.
Go. Attack. Let's rock.
Oh, that's fine. I'm not like. It's a pretty strict thing to put in a tutorial, by the way. I guess it's the last part of that. Okay. Specials and powers, I guess, would probably explain some of that stuff.
No.
Alright.
No. 行きます。
Combinations done with B has a strong and slow influence. There's the quality non-native English I've been looking for. Most moves have A and B variations. Yeah, except for the ones that are done with K and PW. Also, A and B is SL and BS. Okay. Oh, yeah. That does something, I guess.
無駄だ。
I have like a fuzzy gray outline on her sprite. Oh, it's the
無駄。
I see, yeah, the jump. Yeah, the jump power move, whatever. I don't know what PW stands for. The game didn't bother explaining it. With the other dude, he like sort of dropped to the ground and did a low attack. Yeah, it seems awesome. I'm just new to it, and there's some kind of funny aspects to how it's explaining itself. Power bar. Yeah, there's like, you know, it is funny because it's reminding me a lot of Guilty Gear in that it's like, it's making a big effort to be idiosyncratic kind of for the sake of it, I feel like. But it's also not explaining itself super duper well. I mean, I also, you know, of course, I think any game is going to be a little tricky to understand, like all the systems, if you have no idea what any of it is. So it's not, I like, it's hard to get around. But when you're like, when they explain a thing, like, oh, there's a limit break. And it's like, okay, well, what's that? Like, oh, okay, well, I guess it's like an EX move or something, or maybe a super. I guess I skipped something again. I don't know what those little diamonds are, but...
無駄だ
I have to do twice, I guess, okay.
無駄だ
Each soul has... Like, they have called the characters souls, like, just to make it more confusing. Blue power moves and one red power move. You choose which one, okay. So you can combo off that. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, makes sense.
終わりに行こうさらばだ
Chaos Drive, okay. Mostly an activation move and gives extra powers to your character for a limited duration. Mostly, okay. You need one Chaos point. Is that the diamonds? Alright, so there's... That's like an Isen, okay. Alright, so there's ultimate power. That's like an fatal KO or whatever. It's a bit hard, okay. Hold it, okay.
終わりにこれは定め悪く思うな
I'm not sure
Crash!
you could ever land that, but it's cool. I mean, for all I know, there might be 1,000 ways to combo into it. I don't know. Recovery, okay. Okay, recovery is used, so... Slash and big slash, I guess. I guess I'm supposed to...
Recovery! Recovery! Recovery!
Dude, like... Why are they asking me to do such complicated things while I'm, like, haven't even understood what anything is?
Recovery! Recovery! Recovery!
And then they keep hiding the inputs, too.
Recovery! Recovery! Recovery!
Dude, how did that not... How did that not work?
Recovery! 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 Recovery!
I guess it didn't combo. Oh, it just shows me... Okay, so it's still... Why do I even need to... why do I even need to combo that? Does this game have throws? Okay.
邪魔だ
Yeah, the tutorial is not very well done. I mean, I understand it's difficult to do well. Obviously, like, even big budget games have shit tutorials. That's not unusual. But there's a very unique ways that this does not really deliver what it should. Look, I guess, okay, so that just doesn't combo. The thing that I find awkward again is like the the input buffer is like not what you would kind of expect. So like
Recovery.
the timing
Recovery.
is so weird. So I can actually press the buttons really early. I don't know if you can hear it, but
Recovery.
like I press the recovery input almost like basically as fast as I can after the slash, before the slash even hits,
Recovery.
and it will do the recovery. But if I press the slash button, then I press both the slash buttons to do the recovery, and then I hold down to kind of prepare myself for the crouching, then it doesn't come out. So I have to like leave it in neutral until it comes out.
Recovery.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Recovery. Recovery. Recovery.
It's purple recovery for some reason.
Recovery. Recovery. Recovery.
Nope, I didn't get the move.
Recovery. Recovery. Recovery.
Like how do I combo that?
Recovery. Recovery.
Like that doesn't combo. It's not a combo? Okay. Oh, I guess. But what did I? Okay.
Recovery.
It's confusing. All right.
Bad.
Wait. Oh, yeah, okay.
Recovery.
It's so weird the way. Yeah, the input. Oh, I
行きます
accidentally.
行きます
Recovery. Recovery.
I have to walk forward
Recovery.
so I can go into range of his attempt to punish. All right. Okay.
無駄だ
Bad.
Wait, what? Alright, yeah, the dummy, the way the dummy is programmed is like not super great here.
Bad. This is the end.
終わり
I didn't even count or cancel it.
Recovery. This is the end.
無駄だ
This is the end. Bad.
Look, D, if you're literally going to complain about everything, you're welcome to. To not watch? I don't know. I'm having fun. I'm a little frustrated with the quality of the explanations and some of the things that behave a little buggily, but game seems really cool. I guess I clear that. Okay. So I guess if certain moves hit, I just get a new
それ
one of these. Is that what they're explaining? I guess so.
覚悟さらばだ
Alright, okay. So now it's a combo.
行きます
Recovery.
無駄だ
Alright, okay. Well, I think we're probably the last one. Whatever. I just wanted to get some kind of sense of how the game works. Let's alright, let's see if we can understand the modes here. Journey mode. Create a fighter, gain medals. Okay, that seems pretty cool. But, pretty sick. There's a whole bunch of modes. Let's do arcade mode. Okay, this is the door. I'm like, do I have to pay to play, or what's going on here? No, I guess that's... The red text is a little misleading. Unlock colors. Alright, well, I guess we should probably... we can do normal.
Soul select.
Alright, this is a little awkward. Okay. Chunky roster. Alright, yeah, she was like the tutorial lady, I guess. I looked a lot like, it doesn't look like him exactly, but just his posture reminds me of what's-his-face, the edgelord in Last Blade 2. I honestly quite like the sprites. It bothers me like crazy that they're all like stretched to 16:9. I don't like it. Wow, you just, okay. Oh yeah, so this is the character I guess that has the Wow, even like completely unique sprites. That's crazy. Slash and bust system, I guess. Or what? It's just 2 characters. I don't know. Dislikes things that don't scream while being killed. All right, it's pretty edgy. I'm not like super like drawn to any one of these characters, but what's this button? Yeah, okay. I guess the colors are, I can see them, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to pick them. I guess it's probably going to be a...
Mide is the twin sister of Kanae, being the last 2 members of the noble Ozawa
Yeah,
family.
voiceovers.
When
I
she
wasn't
was a
expecting
small
that.
child, her family, as well as the residents of her village, were killed by assassins. Mide was kidnapped and raised by these assassins, who influenced her to believe her parents were disloyal to the Emperor. She believed that this clan of assassins was serving the Emperor, who aimed to bring peace and unification to her homeland. During her ruthless training, Mide heard voices in her head about justice, aiding others in need and
I
protecting
can't
the weak.
claim that this is particularly
This voice was
compelling,
what
though.
drove her to survive the training, where she would have
I am
otherwise failed
zoned
due to
out
the
about 5
overwhelming
text boxes
loneliness
ago.
she felt, missing the love of her family. The voice's ideas became her reason for living, helping her grow into a woman determined to carry
I don't know,
out
it's just
her
fascinating.
ideals,
Obviously, a
even
game
slaying
that
those
is
she felt were necessary
not
to pursue her morals.
able to rely
The
on
voices she
and
heard
lean
and the
on,
clan's reasoning for their actions resonated with Mide.
you know,
Proving to be a strong match
familiarity
and
of
convincing her
a
to leave behind the
brand
life she
and
once
characters
had.
and world that you know
She
from
was now
decades
fully dedicated to the
earlier.
path of the assassin.
A
Eventually,
game like this, I
Mide
think,
learned that
needs
her
to
sister,
do like a
Kanae,
lot of
is also alive. She was raised by her father's friend, a swordmaster who was declared a traitor for not obeying the Emperor's will.
needs to do a
One day,
fair amount of
the
heavy
voices
lift.
in her
Holy
head
shit,
spoke.
this just never ends, does
A
it?
person of
Heavy
unbelievable
lifting
power is about
of
to
like
arrive.
introducing these characters and
Follow
like
him
selling a
and
new
obtain the
player
power
on why
we
they should be
desire to
excited
uphold our
about any of these
justice,
characters. And
to
that could be,
protect
you know, it
those
can
that
be
are
story
good.
stuff, it can be character
The
design,
man
it can
arrived,
be
calmly stepping through a lift
voiceovers,
in
it can be
space.
movesets, whatever.
Mide
But like,
approached the man and questioned, "Is my sister also
I've
seeking this power?"
been confused
Will I
by
have
the
to face
menu,
her?
been confused by the tutorial,
mysterious man
been
responded,
confused by setting up my
"Yes.
controls,
She seeks it as well.
somewhat confused by the
conflict is
character
inevitable.
select, and now we're
Mide
getting
looks
a
at the
novel
sky,
read to
hoping
us.
Her father is watching over her.
But I don't feel like the game has
After a brief
done
moment of
like
contemplation,
anything
she grabs her giant dagger and
Any
silently
specific
follows the man
efforts
through the portal.
of like making me actually interested in the character or in any of the characters. I don't even know if the character or the story was interesting because the way it was presented was so uninteresting that I couldn't like. I'm sorry, but there's just like you know, it's compounded by me streaming and I'm talking to chat and whatever. But like, when the game makes such a kind of peculiar first impression in about 12 different ways simultaneously, I feel like I'm not going to be as like. The game has to make an effort to win me over for me to be interested in like paying any amount of attention at all to that kind of stuff, and to present it in such a dull way when I'm already like confused and sort of zoned out and like I don't know. I feel like this is a game that a lot of that I'm sure makes perfect sense to people who are making the game or are like intimately familiar with it, but I feel like it would benefit greatly from like playtesting and having time and budget to like overhaul a lot of those things. Yeah, the zoom is also weird because it's like aligned perfectly in the negative space in the illustration, so like her face and her weapon just like went off screen. It's not very well done. I guess that's a cool move.
Mide versus Run Guard.
You already dead.
覚悟はできたか
Clash of
It
Souls.
really feels like it's
First
stretched to
conflict.
16:9,
Destiny awaits.
but a lot of the art assets imply that it's not. It's so weird. I can't like decide which button is supposed to be kick. I can just tell the game which one is A and B, and but I guess okay. This is okay. What? The fuck? Oh, okay. Use a space bar. This is the kick, and this is the power. Okay, I think we're fine now. So now my confirm button is that. Okay. Meet a warrior, I guess, is my current character. Yeah. Missed. Oh, okay. It's a command dash. Different buttons. A lot of them. Clear slash. Okay. Super jump. There's like no categorization of anything. It's really weird. Like, you can hold that. That's just in the middle of this move. Super jump also just in the middle of the move list. Okay, quarter circles. Everything. Wait. Okay, so what's the difference between these two modes? Light mode only. What's light mode? Okay. Quarter circles, double taps. What does green exclamation mark mean? Is that the IK, I guess? The stance. Okay, well that's not it. Well, I mean, how's that related to light or heavy? I'm just gonna press buttons. Alright. Alright. Wait, I'm trying to... I want to try to look at the screen at once here. Yeah, so I did drop the dagger.
Crash!
Heavy is when you have it, light's when it... No, okay.
Second conflict. Destiny awaits. Recover! Recover! Recover!
What? I'm not pressing those buttons at once. I think for sure, like, I can absolutely see how the game would be really fun and cool when you understand it, but it's a little overwhelming. So I guess... Okay, cool. I guess,
Slash!
Super Bar is just gonna keep cycling through all my different moves. That definitely feels like kind of a Guilty Gear thing too. Not that specifically. Obviously, that's more of a Sam Show thing, like to show.
Meeting versus.
But it's not like showing the super. It's just like cycling through everything. But just like putting stuff in the
First
UI.
conflict. Destiny awaits.
Like the stylization of the character art, backgrounds,
Recover counter.
all the different fonts and everything. Like there's just a lot of shit that is pretty incongruous with one another. Oh shit. Throw is so funny looking. Oh, yeah, that's the Alright, I guess that was... What the...
second.
Crash.
He had like 2
Meeting.
pixels, and I did what I guess is some kind of a super.
Second conflict. Destiny awaits.
I don't dislike it. It's just a little puzzling.
Recovery. Power recovery. Power. Crash. Meeting.
Edge of Lightning. I guess that's the name of her super, probably.
Winner.
It's pretty fast paced. I'm not gonna know what this move is or remember what it is. Oh, okay, so I guess these like different chunks of the super meter
Versus Nagashapa.
tells you like which like level you are in,
Clash of Souls.
and they're like
First
different
conflict.
lengths for different
Destiny
characters.
awaits.
Again, it's not explained at all. Nothing is. But it's kind of interesting.
Recovery.
Fucking screen shake's just absurd too.
Last chance. Crash. Meeting. Second conflict.
Yeah, for sure, like,
Destiny
there-
awaits.
There's a lot to sort of wrap your head around. I mean, and that's true for many games. Like, I really don't want to make it seem like this is some unique failure in that regard, but
Recovery.
it's obviously got some degree of... Oh, okay. Kind of unique jank, you could call it.
Last chance.
Alright, that's pretty neat.
Slash.
Their ghost scared her away.
Winner.
Yeah, I think my biggest issue I'm having with it, frankly, is that
Taste my claws.
there's
Meeting. Versus Jaman.
readability issues, I guess.
You must be a champion to beat me.
Clash of Souls. First
Like
conflict.
it's
Destiny awaits.
kind of large overlapping visual. Like it's just hard to understand where your eye is supposed to go because you've got like 6 separate text elements popping up every time you land a hit. Your super meter has like the meter. It has 4 segments. There's a number next to it. It cycles through names of moves with commands. It's got 3 little diamonds and a little shield down there. There's like 8 separate elements to keep track of. And the visual priority is such that like everything
Recovery. Recovery.
everything is kind of competing with everything. Oh, snap out. Well, I guess we didn't look through all the... I guess you don't die when your life bar goes to 0. It's got some cool shit in it for sure. I like it.
Slash.
It's just really overwhelming. Yeah, I'm interested in watching people play this for sure.
Meeting. Versus Meeting.
I feel like this is... I was kind of thinking of that when I picked the character, that I think this
Clash
is
of
not a good
Souls.
starting character, probably.
First conflict. Destiny awaits.
Because
just looking over the kind of roster, this definitely seems like kind of quick, sort of tricky character. You know, there's a command run and you got all these cancels. Like, in terms of just like having a sense of what's going on, I would say like having a big knight dude with big sword slashes and whatever. It's probably going to be a little more easy to parse, like each individual button press and what it's doing. Yeah, the animation, like I actually like the sprites. Obviously, they're quite simple in their art style, but they're not unappealing looking. But yeah, some of the motions for the animation is kind of rough.
Escape.
I have no idea how the meter system works. I guess I have a full meter. So the number 1 down there, does that just mean I'm player 1? Is that what that's supposed to mean? I don't know. Because their meter is like... Fix this back. Okay. Yeah, so now I can do that. But there's a lot of cool ideas that I like
Winner.
in the UI specifically, like popping up the button prompts during the timing windows for like cancels and follow-ups and stuff. It's a good concept, but it's just done in such a way where it's like
hit me.
hard to parse,
Clash of
let alone
Souls.
be helpful.
First conflict. Destiny awaits.
The backgrounds, I think the backgrounds are way uglier than the characters.
Recover.
Take her. Hey,
I don't really remember any of those, but that's fine. Limit break, I guess. Does that cost 1 chunk of the bar? I guess so.
Recover. Last chance.
Whoa! I guess it's just a system where when you die, you don't die.
Second conflict. Destiny awaits.
It really bothers me how the game uses like
Counter.
so many different fonts and the text is presented.
Recover.
Dude, like,
Counter.
the recovery is supposed to be like, well, maybe I misunderstood it. I thought you were pressing both slashes to recovery. I'm getting it a lot when I'm definitely not pushing the buttons at the same time.
Power recovery. Last chance. Verdict.
Got him.
Meeting.
I wanted to see if I could successfully
Winner.
get a knockout that wasn't a slash. That's a permanent.
Meeting versus Andre.
Like, I don't know. There's it's one thing when execution of something is a little
First conflict.
off, especially, you know,
Destiny awaits.
fighting games are very labor-intensive games to make.
Recover.
You know, obviously there's a lot of art involved, and you have a lot of stuff that, you know, as a user you expect a lot of polish on it. But so it's one thing for those kinds of things to not be, you know, on the level of a bigger budget production. But there's a lot of things that seem kind of strange
Just like creative decisions, I guess.
Second conflict. Destiny awaits.
Where like, I mean, obviously you have multiple people working on everything, but like, I don't know, just some things where like the way certain art assets are done, for example, having me a little bit surprised that other assets are so, like, the quality is just so uneven. Oh, there's my dagger. I was wondering where it went.
Are you alive?
Counter. Counter.
My turn.
Counter.
Thing.
My
Power recovery.
Alright, I activated my KS drive. I don't know what the input system is. Is that the same for everyone, maybe?
Last chance.
I don't know. Reminds you of dive kick? Yeah, I can see that. See that.
Winner.
I think that's a game that is far more successful at presenting like a cohesive presentation, though. Like, why are the sprites stretched? It looks so bad, and it's like, the game is already super cramped,
さあ始めましょう
and by making everything larger than it should be, like it's.
First conflict.
I mean, even the moon back there
Destiny
is
awaits.
stretched, right? But like, most of the other art assets clearly are not, like the UI.
終わり終わり
And stuff like that. It's like, how do you just make a game in the wrong aspect ratio?
Escape.
It's like, bizarre to me how you would do that by mistake, but it's weirder still how you would do that deliberately. Be like, oh, this is what it should be.
Recovery.
So I can't like quite understand which is the case, and I'm also not sure which would be stranger.
どう
Last chance.
問題
Crash. Meet Second conflict. Destiny awaits.
But it like it doesn't feel bad or anything. Like it's a pretty cool game as far as
Escape. Counter.
I mean as far as like Steam fighting games go. This is definitely in the like top 1% of quality games I've played.
Recovery. Recovery.
It's just
Snap out.
uniquely weird.
なんだ問題ない
Last chance.
Nope, I whiffed. Okay.
Recovery.
Sure.
Verdict.
Like some of the exchanges are kind of cool.
Meet
Yeah, I don't always play. That's right, it's Turkish. I kept thinking it was from like South America. I knew it was like from a less common part of the world.
Meet versus FN.
時間の無駄だ
Try to beat me.
Clash of Souls.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
First conflict. Destiny awaits.
それはは
Oh, that's a low, I guess.
Counter. Recover. Counter.
これは 何
Recovery.
Trying to do my fucking super.
Recover.
I haven't quite figured it out for sure. Whoa, the hitbox on that though.
Last chance. Recovery.
You lost.
Last Shit, I hit him like twice after that. That's fine.
Mayday.
We got him.
悪くない
Second conflict.
Animations
Destiny
poses
awaits.
are a bit stiff.
Recovery.
I mean, yeah, it's just
Counter.
for sure. Like, I mean, that shit is hard to do well. I think it wouldn't. I mean, arguably, it isn't too much of an issue, and I was gonna say it wouldn't be an issue if readability was better.
Recovery. Counter. Counter.
All right, we go.
Crash. Mayday.
I can like sort of follow what's going on well enough, but it
Winner.
could be a lot easier to read. SDS popping in here to ensure maximum levels of anime and dank, and me not having the fucking slightest clue what I'm doing. All right, we're doing Blade Arcus after this, I guess. Okay, we made it to the boss. Oh, is that? Oh, okay. Maybe this is boss kind of thing. There's a thing on the bottom left that I assume was a boss character.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Arcus Grinder 95 with a prime
First
sub.
conflict. Destiny awaits.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm gonna have to like learn how to play this game. We'll see. Nope. I dropped my knife somewhere, so now my moves are all weird.
Recovery.
Oh, it's over there. Okay. See, it's like so fucking hard to see where the dagger ends up.
Escape.
Dude, can I? Alright, wrong button. Ah, I didn't meet her.
Alcaraz.
Finished already?
Trying to
Second
do
conflict.
super.
Destiny awaits.
I can't even fucking see how much meter I have because there's so much text and shit on top of the super meter.
Recovery. Recovery.
Me do that move?
Counter.
Dude, his fucking yeah, he's pretty cheap. That's just good for counter hits, I guess.
Recovery.
Ready for this?
Recovery. Verdict.
Smash recovery into recovery.
Alcaraz.
Now you know its power.
But this is good. This is like the first fight where I actually have to pay some amount of attention here. 2 continues. So, okay, so now these are not rewards. These are... Now, the exact same visual language is used here to indicate a cost as it was previously done to indicate a reward. Like, that's kind of fucked.
Clash of Souls. First conflict.
It's the first time in a long time I've seen limited continues. Let's be a little more careful, I guess.
This is
Recovery. 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 Last chance.
Alright, okay, okay.
Crash. Mayday.
悪くない
Second
Still,
conflict.
I mean, he hits like a
Destiny
fucking truck.
awaits. Recovery.
Wow, the iframes on that though. Get a little lucky.
Recovery.
I tried to do my recovery, okay.
Power recovery.
それだけ
Last chance.
Alright, that's pretty sick.
Now you have the power to become the new bearer.
Okay. What? Press something or? Nope.
Versus Alperen.
Okay, well, we got our 12th art style coming up here. We're a bearer of a orb of some kind, I guess. Oh yeah, story. Arcade mode ending. Brought an orb to our master. Fake justice. Leave the assassins to seek our sister.
Game
Oh,
over.
okay, that went by pretty quick. For the 2 hours they spent reading a novel for the intro. That went by pretty quickly. Arts from the previous game. Could be, I guess, who knows. Cool game for sure, just like incredibly overwhelming. So I guess the point stuff that we got, we spend it on continue service and stuff. It's like, yeah, there's like, you can get all these rewards.
Soul select.
I wonder if it's the same for both versions of the character. I don't know. Yeah, there's a color edit.
Soul select.
Plus, now the buttons are all different to personalize, so that's... No, that's 100 cups.
行くぞ
Yeah, kind of cool. Nice. I mean, hey, it's a very welcome feature. And yeah, you can play the original Game Boy game, or Game Boy Advance game rather, which is pretty cool. Yeah, it's a very mobile interface, that's for sure. But a lot of it is, I don't know, I think overwhelming is just the word I keep coming back to. Pretty cool game, just overwhelming. But thank you for that pick. That was fun. I definitely would like to learn more about the game. I don't know that I would rush to spend more time with it in private, but I certainly don't regret picking it up. It's an intriguing game. I would definitely like to see it more in action, and I feel like if I were to study the systems and learn how the game works, like, it would be easier to parse even seeing it. Next up, we will be checking out Blade Arcus from Shining. I'm gonna need to take a super quick bathroom break before we get going with that, so I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Let's enjoy some more Rolling Thunder 3 jams in the meantime. Why don't we? I'll be back very shortly. See you guys in just a little bit. All right, let me update the spreadsheet because I will forget otherwise. So I'm just gonna do that real quick before we jump in. Dual Souls was the name of this game. And today is 22/01/07. I think it's the 7th day, right? I'm gonna say it is. And let's mark that off. There we go. NPC, what is up? Happy Friday. Do I have... I have cover art for this. I've been pretty bad at remembering to grab cover art for like Steam stuff. Especially the stuff that I got more recently, and I don't. Well, whatever. Screw it then. We'll be fine without it. And as always, capturing PC stuff. A little bit of an adventure. Let's update the title in the meantime.
Brain Arts!
Why is everything super fucking loud? Like, everything is down to like 2% volume in Windows, and everything is still super fucking loud. It's what? I don't know. I need to fucking turn down my speakers, I guess, so I can like raise the volume. Although that wouldn't affect you guys. Oh, it's sound production is a nightmare. It's the long and short of it. I mean, there's like a limiter on the in OBS for the audio, so like it should not be able to become that much louder, I would hope, but I don't know, it's still it's fucking turn it down a little bit. It's down to like 3% volume right now. All right, let's get the capture going here. Guess the window capture would work, but I'm gonna probably have to change it anyway. There we go. Yeah, I'm getting there. It's just tricky. Well, the joystick works off the bat, at least. That's it's a step up. The font's all messed up. So I can't change resolutions. Oh. Because it's like, I'm pretty sure this is a 720, like 1280 720 window. Doesn't look like oh yeah, by the way, I should scale filtering, which I probably forgot to do. Well, so that I can see what I'm doing, let's switch this over to full screen and we'll see if the capture gets destroyed. Nope. Well, yes. I think it's just because it changed size. Yeah, we're good. Dude, it's so funky. Like the text on the bottom right is like nice and sharp, but the text in the actual options menu is like blurry and like scaled up. Yeah, this is, I don't know. I mean, this is a console game, the Japanese console game PC port. Oh yeah, you're right, sorry. Well, let's try this capture then. See if this works better. Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that. Thanks for keeping tabs. Okay. So this is supposed to be... Well... I hate this so much. Like, it doesn't work like a console game where the buttons is buttons. But I have to assign like a separate confirm, or not even a separate, but like whichever button I happen to place this certain attack on, that's going to be my confirm button in all of the UI. I'm guessing emotion is a taunt. I also don't have direction. Okay. So funny. I said it's gamepad 1 and up, down, left, right is just mapped. So these have the correct... Okay, so now... Okay. X, Y, B... Alright, that's kind of whack. I would definitely want this to be... No? Okay, I see. So what's on RB? No? Okay, it's just... That's changed, I guess. Put that there. Gonna be button combinations to do all kinds of stuff, but that's fine. So now my confirm is still A, good. They're all our... In PC games, I'm starting to really value whenever there's a master volume slider. On console, like, it's less of an issue, but here, for streaming purposes, like, it's nice to not have... Because I'm doing it just in the Windows sound mixer, but it's nice when games actually let you tweak that properly. Because you're not going to want to, like, fiddle around with separate audio sliders for, like, you know, speech and sound effects and music and shit. Confirm details of the game system. How to see the map. Okay, let's just try to go over some of this real quick. Health, time, support link gauge, upper gauge, support link. Okay. All right, so the little gems are my assists, and the super meter is my super meter, I'm guessing. AP gauge is needs to use reversal strikes and rejection blocks. Okay, so that's like a defensive meter of some kind. Yeah, this is how we have to find that. Okay. Character selection. Yeah, actually have like a main character and a... Oh, okay. So you can swap. Alright, okay. Holding down, swift recovery. Okay. Flash is standing. It'll be interesting actually to compare these two games that we just played, because I think there's going to be a lot of similarities in... to some degree, like system stuff, but also more like all these different systems that sort of intermingle and how they communicate what the state of things during the game. And I have a feeling this game is going to do it a little more cleanly and effectively. I'm sure it's going to be incredibly overwhelming still, but... yeah, this definitely was on PlayStation. I'm gonna say it's probably on PS3. This game came out a while ago. Offensive force is a Roman cancel, I guess. Back A and C. C. Oh, I'm not gonna like memorize any of this. Do you know how to use EX force action? Well, if I fucking did, I wouldn't be looking them up, would I? E and C. It's funny too because, like, in some ways, this game is doing an equally terrible job of presenting and explaining itself as Dual Blades, just in a different way. B, C, A and C was... oh, yeah, see, I'm not going to remember all these different button combinations. Like, there was a problem I had with the, what was it called? Blade Strangers. That, like, crossover fighting game. That, it's got 4 buttons and, like, no motion specials, and it's supposed to be really simple, but it's like, because it's supposed to be simple, it uses button combinations for everything. And it's like
you need to do a button like, yeah, you don't want to go like full Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance with like 8 buttons necessary, with like every unique action having its dedicated button. But it can kind of go to the extreme the other way too, where it's like, to do anything, you have to press a different combination of buttons. And it's like, you do a motion or your direction or whatever, plus these 2 buttons to do an EX move, and these 2 other buttons do the super version. And then, I don't know, it's just became really convoluted and tricky. Like, I just couldn't really get into it. Same developers of Blade Strange. Yeah, okay, makes sense. I'm just curious to see what this looks like. Man, we can't even fucking see what they look like. That bothers me. I mean, I do like the artwork. Even though it's... I mean, I was never big on Shining Force, really. But it's kind of weird how... Okay, we don't see what it looks like either. It feels so obviously... Like, ever since, like, post Shining Force 3, I guess, like, anything that has had the name Shining has just been such a completely different thing that it's, you know... I mean, it's barely connected even in name, much less any other way. But it's still kind of weird to remind oneself that it's like, man, this used to be bad, huh? I just wanted to like get into a simple, non-threatening environment to just like have a feeling of what the game looks like in motion. Yeah, Phantasy Star are very similar for sure. Like, people are into PSO, but it's like definitely not Phantasy Star. You get fucking big ass RPG numbers. There's no V-Sync, I guess, because everything's like jittery. Support button, okay. That's defensive. Okay. Guess I don't have a meter. Is that probably a grab, right? Sprites are kind of similar to Blade Strangers in a way. They don't look like, they look weirdly grimy in that game, like strangely pixely and whatever. They don't do that here. Still don't look like super great, but pretty nice. Yeah, I think the artwork is awesome. The characters don't seem like super expressive. Alright, so let me just take a look at this to get a sense of like what kind of motions are we looking at. EX means, I guess, that you can do the EX version. Super force actions. Okay. Okay, well, move lists are a lot easier to parse, that's for sure. Okay, so that's the same move. Kind of weird. Like, yeah, she has like moves that are... Like, this is the light version, this is the medium, and this is the heavy. Like, light, medium, like, alright, that's same enough, and then heavy. It's like a completely different move. This kind of look the same, please. Down, down. It's some sort of parry. Different heights, I guess. There's an EX version. There's like different EX versions too. Oh no, maybe not. in that rollback, it's like, I'd be shocked if it has online, basically. Like, it's a PS3 era Japanese fighting game with a questionable PC port. Like, there's no way in hell it's gonna have to do it online. Why am I struggling so much to do with super? Light movement seems like there's no 12 types of air dashing, and super seem sort of basic enough. Character settings. Oh, okay, so I can actually change it here. Because I was gonna say, like, I just kind of want to see what the characters look like, because the character select is such a terrible job of showing you what the characters look like. I would like to kind of see what some of them look like before I pick someone. I want to see one of these games with 3D characters. Remind me of Kohi Membu. And that was a pretty cool game. A little whack in some ways, but got some really cool shit going. Like, for being one of these types of games, like super anime fighters, I definitely thought, like, from a gameplay, like game system mechanic standpoint, that game was pretty sick. Definitely, like, these two are not my most preferred character archetypes, so I'll skip these characters, that's for sure. Wow, he walks really slow. Okay. I guess this is what passes for like a big body character. The lack of V-Sync is driving me nuts. There's no. Maybe this game. Maybe I should run this at 120 hertz, and I wouldn't have constant screen tearing. I guess maybe I should turn it off. I don't know. Yeah, cause I was thinking the same thing. Like, if there is an option, I would generally turn it on. I don't know. Everything like looks weirdly warbly when it's like scrolling. I'm not sure if it's coming up on stream, but there's like definitely screen tearing. That spec looks pretty good. Oh, okay, got some idea here. Yeah, like, fucking PC gaming is a nightmare. That's the long and short of it, really. Like, I'm sure you can force that stuff, but it's fucked that you would have to, and it kind of like doesn't work. I really like the effect when you hit the slash, like the distortion effect. It looks really cool. You know, it's funny, like, it does put a lot of crap on screen and much more than it needs to. I hate the damage numbers, but it's still like so much more clean and readable than Dual Souls was. But yeah, like, even if I like the art well enough, it's definitely this art and these character designs really don't make for the best like fighting game character designs in my tastes, you know. Alright, that's that. Like, I don't know, I'm comparing it to something like DNF Duel, which I didn't play on stream, but I checked out the beta version of that off stream a little bit, and that game, like, I had a lot of fun with that game. I'm definitely gonna buy that game. And that's like, you know, tangentially related to these kind of Asian takes on fantasy, RPG, not tropes, at least sort of archetypes, but it manages to be like visually appealing to me in a completely different way. Although you could argue that that game's art style and designs are kind of 90s in a way, whereas this is firmly like 2000s sort of sensibilities. Fuck off. The other game I was talking about was DNF Duel. Alright, this character looks pretty alright. Like a charge character or something? Nope, just direction character. That's interesting. I guess aerial impact. I guess this character is just made to be super easy. Is that the idea here? Sure, I mean, fine by me. Definitely, like, don't remember what any of the characters... Like, I don't know which characters I've seen. Yeah, I mean, DNF for sure. Like, it's not... I agree, like, it's a 2000s thing for sure, but it's... It's not the 2000s of, like... Well, this stuff, I guess. I don't know. Pretty cool. But yeah, it's interesting because this game and this kind of roster is not in the exact same way, but in a like similarly to some of these other anime fighters, like it seems to have a roster that is sort of largely made up of archetypical characters that are the kind of things that I like sort of can't stand. Like at least a lot of these characters are like, you know, they have armor and swords, and the way they move and fight indicates some level of competency in battle, you know. But you also have a lot of these characters who sort of just are only incidentally fighting, but they're like, I don't know, tripping over themselves, or they're just being cute and precocious, and that like shit does not appeal to me at all, especially in a fighting game context. Like a character like this is fine, but I feel like they're really kind of teetering on that edge. I mean, I understand that that's what they're going for. That's kind of the art style. That's the vibe. But even the characters like Yuga over here, who's like obviously supposed to be kind of a badass, like I don't know, they're all these like Twinkie looking designs to them. I don't know, it's not my jam. Yeah, this basically a SDS, exactly. Like there's a lot of, it's leaning into that stuff, and a lot of these games tend to. It's just an aesthetic. I mean, comparing or like talking about DNF as like an example of a 90s kind of vibe, and all these other things is like 2000s vibe. Like that's how I feel about anime in general, like Japanese sort of pop culture and the whole like moe-ification of mainstream anime, and like yeah, RPG stuff. Like I don't play RPGs, but like if you look at 90s RPGs, if you look at like all these PC Engine games and shit, like they have that awesome 80s 90s fantasy anime aesthetic. But I feel like at some point during like the mid 2000s, there was like this very, I mean, it wasn't sudden, it was a very gradual shift, but like to the extent that I was ever like into anime in terms of like actually watching anime, I have like essentially no interest in anything that's like later than the mid 90s or so. And by extension, like the aesthetics of that is also something that doesn't really, like looking at, I don't know, the Tales games or the, I don't know, any number of Falcom games, I guess, or whatever. I don't keep track of modern like, RPG stuff, but like, everything that when you say like anime as a contemporary kind of aesthetic, is, you know, obviously it's a broad term, but even so, it's definitely stuff that generally is not like super appealing to me. And sometimes things lean in a particular direction that's a little bit closer to the stuff I like. Sometimes it's leaning in a distinctly different direction. Coincided with the shift to digital production. Yeah, I can sort of see that. I don't know, like you said, it's coincided. I don't think it's because of it or anything, but it's an easy way to kind of distinguish it, right? Like if you see something that is sort of hand drawn, it's tends to be from a time period and like you know, based in, for many other reasons, an aesthetic that I'm gonna likely be more into. Yeah, idea, fuck, gust, etc. Yeah, Neptunia, all that. Yeah, that stuff, like, really just absolutely nothing for me. Yeah, like digital, like doing stuff digitally wasn't a transition that like brought with it a completely different aesthetic necessarily, but I think there is, and maybe I'm just like conflating it, or maybe I'm like, what's the word? Maybe it's because of totally unrelated reasons, but I guess I find a certain charm and appeal to stuff that is hand-drawn and hand-animated, not because of the hand-drawn aspect itself necessarily, but because it is typically represented in works that have an aesthetic style that I happen to prefer, you know? Anyway, I guess this guy with the shield, I guess we saw everyone with like the wrong colors, so we don't even know. They struggle to remember. Oh yeah, so this was the girl with the sword. Yeah, she was pretty cool too. Yeah, I didn't... and we'll go with Rick. Looks like maybe a cool color, maybe. Who knows? Oh yeah, we have support. Yeah, I guess we can switch. I don't know if you get like a ending if you pick the right team or something, but I don't know if these guys are like paired up in teams. But I guess this character... Wait, was this that character? I think so. Wait, but I can't back out apparently. I'm like looking over the... Thought she had a different color. I'm confused. Oh, that's fine. 24 minutes in, let's actually start playing the game. Yeah, you know, not too dissimilar from Dual Souls, and like laying it on thick and expecting a level of commitment from the player here. I will say, you know, even in the menus and whatever, like I still have a better grasp of the appeal and the characters and everything. I'm not quite as confused. Orbs, gotta have orbs. Yeah, but this is gonna be basically like Kohima Ebu 2, right? Like 2 hours of talking in between matches. Yeah. I don't know, maybe if you are in, like, I don't even know what the Shining games are or were at this point. I assume these are characters that are all in other games, so like maybe if you are familiar with these characters, like maybe the game isn't unreasonable in expecting a certain level of investment going in. But it gets pretty talky.
我が名はローゼリンデ、戦場のローレライ。悪いが、おとなしくしてもらうぞ。ラウンド1、ファイト。平成王国、問題ありません。行くぞ。行くぞ。行くぞ。
Is there? Okay, no, there's like 2 layers of life bar, I see. Oh, that did a lot more damage than I thought it would. Okay, it's cool.
やるじゃないか
Select your character.
Oh, okay, so I picked. Yeah, I was kind of curious how that worked. Well, not a big load screen or anything.
Fight!
Okay, so the color palette showed this character as like white and black, but she's clearly wearing red. That's what had me confused. Well, I guess she has black hair.
問題ありません。白く染まれ。
Oh yeah, I have assist. Right. I don't use it either, so I keep forgetting. Alright, there we go.
You win.
Pick through things and get more. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm not like. It's 3 rounds, right? I'm not like principally opposed. It just happens to be, broadly speaking, an aesthetic that I'm not super into. But I mean, I buy games like this and I'm happy to play them and check them out. And every now and then I find something that appeals to me in spite of what it is. Basically.
Perfect.
Yosh.
Like, you know, something like Arcana Heart or Koihimembu or this or whatever else. Lord Bluto with the raid.
こうしてるとあの頃を思い出すわ
Welcome,
ね。
Raiders.
師匠
We're playing fighting
胸をお
games
借りします
and talking about how 2000s anime aesthetics are kind of whack. But yeah, we're doing viewers' choice versus fighting games. So we're doing raffles in between games here. Where the lucky winner gets to pick whichever game they want to see next. And currently, I'm being, I was gonna say tormented. That's maybe unfair. With Blade Arcus from Shining. It's a cool game. It's not really my style of fighting game. It's not my style of anime, that's for sure.
Yosh.
But I mean, I did buy this game. I did put it on the list to be requested, so I can't blame anyone else. Yeah, you got the little list there, the spreadsheet. You can see what's available to be picked, and basically we do like an arcade mode playthrough or equivalent. I spend like 25 minutes in training mode trying to understand what the game is and what the characters are. So we've pretty much just started.
いつも通りだ
Select your character.
Sure what he said there, but that's fine.
Round 3.
Yeah, this is typically the case, I feel like, in a game like this. This early on, the computer's basically not really doing anything. So,
これが避けられるか
we'll see if this will evolve into more than mashing buttons and glancing over chat.
この程度
I missed a draw request.
You win.
やるじゃないか
I sure did. Thanks for letting me know. Sanuj never late with dank requests. But yeah, for sure, like Sword Fam, Shining games are just I mean, a reflection of their time, I suppose, right? I just realized my character portrait's actually changed my chosen color. That's always excellent, and I hate when games don't do that. So it's kind of funny that the actual blue color on my character is like actually totally different between the portrait and the sprite. Still, I appreciate it. Yeah, let me start. The font in this game, the English font is like super fucked up. Very easy to play.
You win.
やるじゃないか。
Like I love the art style of the original Shining games, and
Round 2.
the character designs are so cool. And I mean, if you had a fighting game with characters that looked like that, I'd be fucking into it for sure. Even if it played exactly like this, just having that like, style to it, I'd be so much more into it. Doesn't juggle, I guess. I don't know the systems of this game. I also feel like I should have probably set it to 2 rounds. It's defaulting to 3, but
Select your character.
I guess this game probably rounds are probably over in like 2 seconds, so it makes sense to have 3 rounds. Okay, so yeah, I'm looking over chat. I'm just confused because
Oh. Perfect.
I have
腕を磨いて出直す
some bot stuff that is supposed to work, but I guess it isn't. So what's going on?
始めようか。
Some stuff is supposed to happen whenever that reward is redeemed. Let me just pause for 1 second to see if I can figure out why that is not. So this action is supposed to. I tried this off stream and it worked just fine. It's supposed to play a sound and post a message in chat and like take a screenshot and stuff. Maybe do that. Okay, well, let's see, I guess. Anyway, thanks for the request. They'll be added to the queue, and now I have to figure out how to... what I'm gonna do with that. Disturker 3, does this play like Samurai Showdown? No, I'm not sure what I would just like compare it to. Obviously, like it's sort of an anime fighting game, but you don't have like a bunch of air dashing or anything. It's a little more restrained than you would expect, but you have like these sort of chain combos. You have like these cancels and stuff too. Heaven Snake, you're here just in time for unspeakable horrors. Thank you very, very much. 16 months. Appreciate it.
やるじゃないか。
Select your character.
Sure, I do want character.
Round 2.
The old Shining Force style. Oh. Yeah, that would take a lot of effort to like figure out what that would even entail. Oh yeah, you have assists also. Support. Yeah, this is my first time playing this, so I don't really know how to play. But yeah, you have these like Roman cancel, like, and actually it's almost a little bit more like boost in Fist of the North Star, but you can cancel out of stuff using meter. There's some sort of defensive cancel system that did you see the red gauge just under my life bar? Which does something. I'm not even really sure what's the best use of like forward dash cancel thing. I don't know, I'm just mashing button and the computer's barely fighting back, so it's working for now. I mean, it seems pretty decent. Obviously, there's like a high degree of polish and everything. It feels good to play. But I would say both... I mean, the gameplay-wise, I'm not a big fan of like anime fighting games in general.
But I do prefer games that are a little more reined in. I mean, I like dry fighting games. I like Super Turbo, I like MK11, I like Virtua Fighter. So I appreciate that it's not as crazy. But of course the aesthetics are like not my cup of tea, really. But, you know, as with anything, you're gonna need to spend a little more time to... Unless there's something surface level that's like super appealing about it. You're probably gonna need a little more time investment to really like get into it and like figure out why you like it, I guess. I don't dislike this game. It seems pretty slick, but I'd have to spend more time with it and understand it more to be able to appreciate it, I think. Let me catch up with chat.
Round 2, fight!
Yeah, Real Bout's maybe a decent comparison, actually. Like, it's got some amount of canceling stuff, but again, not like super crazy air dashing. Got... Oh shit, alright, that's pretty sick. Actually taught him to juggle. I mean, they don't block, so that's fine.
You win.
Yeah, this is a PS3 game, so it's not minty fresh per se.
Round 3, fight!
So this character in particular has like normally the game has like quarter circle, whatever, normal motion, but right with this guy, he's like a little bit like Ed, I guess, Street Fighter 5, whereas like his super is just pressing all 3 buttons, and his special moves are like various directions plus heavy.
You win.
Alright, there we go. Is that some kind of mid-boss or something? Because we got like a dialogue scene. I don't know. Alright, just keep going. Same team.
我が主にふさわしいか見てやろう。
Round 1.
Yeah, I think aesthetically, like, in terms of the quality of the animation and like the CG character sprites, backgrounds, like it's a good looking game, I think. Again, if I think the character design is that an aesthetic I was more into, you'd probably like this game. But so far, I think, again, like DNF Duel is the one game I can think of in recent memory that has been able to combine a lot of... I mean, that game is also, for sure, a little drier than... Well, maybe dry is the wrong word for it, but the mobility in that game is more restrained than in a lot of anime fighters. Which I guess is true of Grand Blue as well, maybe? I haven't played that game. But it's like sort of reined in enough to be not immediately off-putting to me. And it also happens to have character designs and art that I actually really quite like. Of course, it is based on it, like a 15-year-old thing, so that makes sense.
You win.
And this definitely doesn't quite hit that mark. Like, I'm not sure... I would be interested in playing Grand Blue Fantasy, but I know I wouldn't put time and effort into it, so there's a... Like, I can buy this on the Steam sale for $8 or whatever. It's a bit of a bigger ask. Pay whatever they're charging for Grand Blue, especially with the DLC characters and everything. But with DNF, like I had, like, I don't really like Arc System Works games. At least I haven't. But that was kind of why I was so surprised with DNF Duel, that I tried the beta and I actually... I really had fun with it. It was really fun to play, and I found, like, I only had time to try, like, 2 characters, maybe almost 3. But there were like 4 others that I really wanted to try. Which is usually having too many characters that I want to try. The exact opposite of the problem I usually have with Arc System Works games. So both that I had fun with it, and I found characters that I liked, and I found the game to have like kind of a balance or sort of a version of its, how do I put it? It's a game that is undeniably like an anime fighting game, while still managing to feel to me in my reflective face. I was kind of impressed. I mean, this is definitely not off-putting. But I think it's also, it doesn't have... I can't point to a single thing about this particularly that I like strongly dislike or anything. But there's at the same time nothing about it that really jumps out at me either. I'm not sure if I would go quite so far as what you're saying, Jay. Like, it's...
Round 3, fight!
I think it's just a matter of like, not having an infinite amount of... Oh yeah, there's like the X-Men. You don't have infinite resources, infinite time to put into a game, and like for it to feel like I can mash some buttons with anything for a stream like this, sure. But if you're like spending money on something, I kind of feel like you would want it to be something you're going to feel somewhat compelled to actually spend time with. And I guess it's a little hard to feel that way if it's not appealing. And it's like, again, it's not necessarily that it's not appealing enough. It could also just be that it's, you know, the time that I would spend on this is something not spent on something else that would perhaps be more interesting, you know? Yeah, they're still not really fighting back. I'm guessing this is some kind of a boss fight.
Select your character. Round 2, fight!
But obviously, I mean, it's kind of a gamble. I guess, like, with more modern games, usually the default difficulty is, like, super low. And I'm sure I would have more fun if I was, like, pushed a little to actually, I don't know, interact with the game system or anything more than this. But I've also had, like, you know, less than stellar experiences picking games and just getting stuck and having a very hard time. Like, and especially if it's a game where you kind of struggle to understand the systems. If it's very difficult and frustrating, it can be, well, not that fun. So it's always like, whenever I play a game I haven't played before, it can be a little bit of a challenge to just guess what's an appropriate difficulty level to set it to. Yeah, and it's, you know, probably reasonable to assume that it's not exactly targeting like hardcore fighting game players. Okay, got assisted, which would probably contribute to that. I think definitely modern fighting games usually have a... I mean, obviously compared to mid-90s fighting games, a lot lower difficulty levels in general. But you can still get these, like, weirdly super difficult boss fights and stuff. Alright, we got some orbs, and I got an achievement, so I guess that's a GG. Yeah, not very exciting of a boss fight, which again, pretty typical for modern fighting games, I guess.
彼女たちを。
Do we get any kind of unique art or anything for this, though, is the question? Just the same dating
兵
sim
玉よ、
portraits?
聞いてくれ。俺の願いは
Okay, I was gonna say, like, alright, do we get the ending now? No, we just get... Alright, maybe we get to see what the game looks like when, like, played properly, but maybe not. Yeah, the fucking stuttering is really weird, too. Well, I guess that's the game. Shows the ending after the credits? Weird. Okay. Well, weird. It's unusual, I guess I should say. BGM by Hiroki Kikuta. Not the most amazing soundtrack, I guess, he's done. Like, I guess the thing about games that are a little more restrained and dry is that the appeal of what the game can do and what you can achieve in it might not be as immediately apparent as when the game is like extremely over the top and it's absurd, you know, shit you can do. I don't know exactly where this would end up on that scale. But I think this game is like perfectly fine. It's just a game that I think it's not crazy or funny or stupid or cool enough to be like just super instantly grabbing. So you'd have to spend a little more time with it. Alright, it's continuing, but it's still just dating sim RPG dialogue.
もう頭を上げてくれ。別に礼が言われたくて礼玉を渡したんじゃない。
ならせめて
いいんだ。
ですが。
いい。
Whatever. Well, Jay, I mean, you're saying that it's like the worst a game could be, and I don't agree with that at all. I just
そろそろ勘
think
弁
that
してやって
it's
くれよ。
if that's the case, then it's going to take a little more investment to sort of get to the core of it and find what's appealing about a game. And, you know, you might find that there isn't enough that appeals to you. I don't know.
その顔は
In the context of streaming games like this, like I don't have the means to dig deep enough. Like, I could spend an entire 6-hour stream and say, all right, fuck it, we're gonna learn Blade Arcus from Shining. But just mashing in it for an hour, like, yeah, you're not probably really gonna get to it. And you know, half of the games we play here are either games that I'm familiar with enough, or have an aesthetic that just has more of that appeal for me to be more engaged with it. Other games are just miserable, for sure. You know, like Eternal Champions is a game that has super cool characters, and I love the presentation, but the way the game functions makes it like an absolute slog, and it's just terrible to play. Or, you know, Zankabuki was another. Like, I think that's the worst thing when you're playing a single-player fighting game that has like a bizarre structure that just makes it frustrating and tedious to play. It's one thing if it's ugly, it's one thing if it's hard, it's one thing if it's boring, but when it's like extremely frustrating and confusing and tedious, then like that's the worst for sure. But you know, some games are going to be more instantly exciting than others, and that's going to be super subjective. All right, I guess we got one picture here. Oh shit, a little flash. All right. Very exciting ending. If I played games competitively, what would be your game of choice? Well, I mean, I have been, not so much lately. I did enter an online tourney for MK11 once or twice. Like, MK11 is easily the game I've spent the most time with in the last 5 years, at least. I don't know. Well, I mean, I've played Street Fighter V in tournaments, too. Suiko Embu. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, there's a lot of online tournaments and like people organizing stuff for a billion different games. But I feel like I love competitive
play. I love watching fighting game tournaments. I like competing. I think fighting games are the most fun when you're competing. But at the same time, like it takes so much time and dedication that it's hard for me to justify spending that time. I mean, I played a lot of MK11. I played that a lot online, actually. And I had a lot of fun with it. Because it worked really well. Not just, like, in terms of input delay, but just, like, the way the Combat League stuff was structured. Like, it was fun to play online. It was fun to sort of level up and... yeah, I just really, really liked that game. And very few other fighting games have kind of allowed me to have that experience, frankly. Like Sam Show, I thought was a really cool game. I really wanted to play it, but it was like, not only was I not able to play it online, so I had no one to play it with, because of the pandemic kind of hitting when it did, the competitive scene for that game also, like, sort of, I mean, same with Grand Blue, like, it just didn't really take off in the same way as games that were a little better equipped to handle that. And as such, like, my personal excitement for the game didn't really bloom either, you know? So I tend to have an easier time buying like 50 old PS1 fighting games and you know, messing with them once or twice and enjoying that for what it is, or, you know, playing through arcade modes and looking at endings, as opposed to putting like that basically means that instead of doing that, if I were to put that time into one game to get good at it, to play it competitively, I feel like I'd be missing out on other stuff. But at the same time, like, it's not necessarily a conscious choice, it's more like what I'm compelled towards. And because I've never really enjoyed online play, I'm just not really compelled to play competitively. And like, that's the thing, like, in, I don't know, 10 years ago, I was living with, like, in a different city. I had friends, and we would meet up to play fighting games several times a week. We played a lot of Street Fighter. They were more into Guilty Gear and Blade Blue, but we had games that we liked playing together. And when I don't have that, like, I just don't really enjoy sitting in training mode by myself. I don't enjoy playing online. So it's hard for me to, again, it took a game like MK11 that actually made it fun for me to do that. But even then, I spent a majority of my time with that game with the single player stuff. I did play MKX online a bit too, but not as much. I mean, there's definitely a lot of very dedicated people here, but again, like, you have to seek it out, and it doesn't really have to do with the size of the scene or anything. It's just the way I play games and how I don't, you know, the way I interact with people online. It just takes playing competitively, however you want to define that, for me is just something that takes, it becomes work. And I'm not, again, saying that as as a matter of principle, that I'm like refusing to do what it takes or whatever. It's just like, I'm not, as far as like playing games and doing stuff for fun, it's not gonna happen if it's like takes effort. If I'm not compelled to do it, then I'm not gonna do it, really. So when a game comes around that is compelling, I'll play it, and I'll play it more, and if I can play it online and get better at it and want to improve at it, I will. What made me do that with Street Fighter 4 and whatever else I was playing at that time, KOF 13, was having friends around me that I could play with. So we enjoyed practicing together and getting better. Like, we would travel to other cities to go to tournaments and compete together. Like, that was a lot of fun. But without having that to compel me, to push me in that direction, like, I'm probably not realistically going to bother. The thing is, what I will say, I guess, is that which was maybe the problem I had with that group of friends too, that like my taste just isn't super, like, when I've gone to other tournaments and events, like, yeah, you have people playing Under Night, you have people playing like all the, like, Guilty Gear has always been kind of popular here, but like MK is not very popular, Virtua Fighter is not very popular. Like, the games I like, I always kind of struggle to find people. Gonna take up Windjammers too? I don't know. Not likely, to be honest. it's a cool game, but I was not. I wasn't super thrilled with the demo that I played. I thought the game did a bad, like, you know, I'm fucking old, you know. I don't have the killer instinct to like just dive into a game where the game itself wants to kick my ass, let alone other players, and like persevere. Like, I need to be eased into it and have a good time before I get good at it. And yeah, DNF Duel was exactly that. Like, it was just fun to press buttons. It just feels good, and I had fun with it. Like, if I start playing it and I play online and people destroy me, like, yeah, maybe I won't have fun. I don't know, but it appeals to me on a like lizard brain level in a way that Guilty Gear doesn't, for example. But yeah, KOF 15 I'm super excited for, of course. And you know, if online works well, I'll probably play that quite a bit. It'll definitely be the game I play. I was excited to play Virtua Fighter 5 when Ultimate Showdown came out, but online was like broken and didn't work for me, so I just quit instantly, basically. I'm super excited to see whatever NRS are doing next. I'll most definitely buy their next game and play it, whatever it is. But yeah, I mean, I think my sort of serious competitive days, if I ever had those, are behind me. But for sure, like VF, MK, KOF, Street Fighter. I mean, I'll play Street Fighter 6, sure. Have I played KOF 98 after the rollback implementation? Nope, not really. I don't play fighting games online, really, so no. I have it. I wouldn't be opposed to it, per se, but it's just like, it doesn't naturally, the situation, I don't find myself in the situation of playing a game online against other people. I know it's good. That's completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It's not, I'm not refusing to do it because it's not good enough. That's not how I play games. Essentially. Anyway. Instead of having a long philosophical discussion, how about we play some fighting games? Or we pick some fighting games, rather. Thank you, SDS, for this pick. We shall now set up a raffle for the next one. So, give me a sec here to set it up, and we shall get underway. So, hopefully this should work. Raffle is now open. If you would like to have the chance of picking the next game that we're going to be playing, type raffle in chat in the next 3 minutes or so. And we'll see how the rigging protocols are doing. Yeah, let me go to the spreadsheet and take care of this. Blade Arcus from Shining. Yeah, I saw someone mention that there are like more current versions of this. Like, I feel like this game is like squarely in that category of a game I'm just curious enough. I mean, there's no fighting game that doesn't interest me to the point of wanting to at least touch it and see what it's like. But it comes with a level of investment, right? Paying money for the game or just the time spent and whatever. So I'll pick up something like this for a couple of bucks in a Steam sale. But I'm not going to go out of my way to, you know, order a Japanese PS4 copy or whatever of an updated version. Most likely, you know. I feel like if I was intrigued enough, maybe, I mean, for example, I've definitely considered, like, I don't have the latest version of Kohima Embu, because I got the cheaper version on Steam, and I liked it enough that I could be compelled to buy the newer version. I haven't, but I could. I definitely did not feel the same for this. Like, I'm not saying I wouldn't ever touch it again. I realistically maybe won't. But again, that's not because I hate the game, just I have 2 billion other games to play. I doubt, however, that any minor tweaks or character additions or anything else of that nature would be enough to make me completely change my perception of this game, you know? I think it seems neat. Oh, you know, enough. But for a game to be like, sort of neat, I guess it's fine. There are so many games that are on that level, but that also have a presentation or, you know, an aesthetic appeal that just speaks to me so much more. Let's go. Picker of the next game will be Lamp Station. Congrats. Just let us know what it's going to be. Lamp Station, are you present? Pomegranate's luck has run out, and so has mine, apparently, because we're going to be checking out Dissidia, Final Fantasy. Fucking everyone going all in on the RPG bullshit. Well, hopefully that's not going to take like 2 hours to install, but I guess we'll figure it out. I'm pretty sure my... Well, actually, let's find out. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that's like still shrink wrap. We can see if I have it in my PS4 folder here. I vaguely recall seeing the disc, so I might have actually unwrapped it. Oh, here we go. It's right here. I don't even know, like... Does this game even make sense to play on a stream like this? It's going to take like 6 hours to get through tutorials? I have no idea. I've seen screenshots of this, I think. That's about it, I guess. Anyway, we'll say goodbye to Shining Force and say hello to Final Fantasy, I guess. Let's hop on over here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to change my capture thingy. Oh boy. Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna need this. Surely this game, well, there's like an arcade version, right? But is this even like playable on an arcade stick? I would assume that it's not, because it's a weird... It's like not a fighting game. Chat, we're gonna learn together. See, this is one of my favorite parts of doing these streams. Well, if we're using arcade stick, we're gonna use a different arcade stick anyway. Jamaican skeleton dance. My friend is back. Let me just check. Could have do that. Well, I don't have any other controllers. Well, I do have, well, whatever. I'm just gonna use my arcade stick anyway. Just boot up the game if nothing else. I mean, I feel like I have to say this every time. I put those games on the list. If having those games being picked would make me upset, I would not have put them on the list. So it's totally fine. Yeah, King of Fighters 15 open beta test is what I was playing on PS4 most recently. That is not what we're playing now. It's my something. Let's just do that. A key lock or something? Ah! This joystick has a PS3 mode. There we go.
So, how the fuck do you even write the name of this game? Is that the order these words go in? I should have cover art for this at least, right?
Square Enix.
There we go.
Koei Tecmo Games. Team Ninja.
I know you can't really play it on stick. All right, cool. We're getting different bits here on this game's playability on stick. I mean, I have a controller here somewhere, so although it's probably not charged because I haven't been playing on PS4 much recently. Let me change so I can actually see what I'm doing here. Well, the question is, how long are we gonna have to spend to understand how to play this game? I don't remember when I bought this or how much I paid for it, but this is definitely one of those things where, you know, it's probably on sale for like 10 or 15 euro, and it's like, you know what? These games have like nice visuals, right? I don't even know what the heck this is, but I'm sure this will make for a fun streaming experience. Yeah, there's like a couple of different versions of this, I guess. And this is actually, it's a good example, it's a good like counterpoint to what we just played, in that it is much like DNF Duel. It is based on and kind of steeped in stuff that is kind of from a bygone era, and that is also represented aesthetically to a degree. Like, I think if a game of this concept had been made 10 years earlier, 20 years earlier, I don't know, it probably would have an aesthetic that I would be more excited by than this. But I think, like, yeah, these, like, Famicom era characters and designs, they're, like, the coolest part of this game for sure. And, like, that's why I was so bummed out by Stranger of Paradise, right? Because it's got a little bit of that stuff in it, but it's not as front and center as I would have liked. I think you got, like, the Team Ninja sort of spectacle aspect to it as well, right? And that has its appeal for sure. This at least starts off with a banging fucking intro to get you excited about the cool characters and shit.
Dissidia Final Fantasy.
So, that's probably, you know, it's not gonna get much more exciting, but start the timer now, I guess. Wow, this is like hard to look at. Like super noisy and everything is the same gray. Begin by choosing a power to aid you. Okay. Will I be able to navigate menus with my arcade joystick is the question here. Well, we got... Select a summon stone and be granted your first summon. Okay. Why don't I actually get... Okay, well... This one looks good, I guess. You obtained Alexander's summon stone. Confirm, I guess. Okay, sure. Yeah, I kind of figured this is what we would be in for. Like, it's by some metric a fighting game, right? Alright, so no. Alright, I put English text language and Japanese voices. I guess I needed to then separately go into the language menu to enable subtitles. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I'm a little surprised. Alright, well, we'll be able to make lovely memories as we have fun playing the game. Sure thing. I would love to practice the bare basics of brawling. Also, for the sake of context here, if we got rated, and we probably have a lot of people here who aren't super regular viewers, I know jack shit about Final Fantasy and RPGs. Like, that's so not my thing. I play a lot of old games. I play a lot of Japanese games. I don't have much interest or patience for RPGs. So I'm only like, all of my familiarity with anything to do with Final Fantasy is basically entirely through cultural osmosis. So I have a degree of familiarity with surface level aspects, but I'm not going to go into a game like this like with any level of excitement for particular characters or anything else. It's going to be like, oh shit, it's that thing. You know, I'm on a that's chappy level of recognition here, basically. Cute, cuddle, talkative mascots. Dude, I like cuddly mascots. I have no issue with. It's like, my issue is I mean, it's maybe not my favorite, but it's got nothing on like cat girl maids who trip over themselves and accidentally bite. You know, that's the shit I hate. Or like magic children and, you know, that shit. Lamp Station redeemed choose my fighter to pick by far the character I would be the least interested in, but your wish is my command, assuming I actually have a choice here. Biggest problem in requiring a lot of players, so you have connectivity issues. Yeah, I could see that, I guess. Let's take a little look. Oh boy, it's gonna take like a minute to even load the character. Yeah. See, these guys are pretty sick. Like, basically all these, like, up until about 4 or 5, like, that's kind of when the characters stop being cool. I feel like. Like, it's so different, like, depending on the artwork and stuff. Like, definitely some of these characters from like, I know this design is based on Amano's artwork, but I know there's other designs for Tina that I like better than this, but it's still pretty cool. Like, she's not obviously as badass as some of these other dudes, but it's just kind of how it goes. But then, yeah, I don't know. Huh, tactics even. Like, it's funny, yeah, you look at this character and I don't know, I mean, I guess it's not, I assume this is from the original Final Fantasy Tactics, which I know had a different art style and everything, but, yeah, here we go into the proper, like, 2000s. It's pretty funny, you can see, like, again, like, I follow stuff from a distance, right? And, seeing news about Final Fantasy 16 and whatever, like, I don't really give a shit because it looks so bland and generic, just like super boring fantasy stuff. And I think this character design is a good example of, like, you know, you go from stuff like this, whenever he's gonna load in, through like something like this dude, and then 10 years later, whatever, we're getting Final Fantasy 16, and it's just, I don't know, it looks so fucking bland. But I think also, like, I guess the character designs in Final Fantasy Tactics were mostly sort of, like, I know that the characters, they were these, like, sort of, not SD, but they were a little chunkier, and they were kind of small on screen. They weren't really designed. I think it's just a character design that it doesn't quite lend itself to this style of presentation is all. Anyway, knocked as it is, I guess. Oh yeah, the art in Final Fantasy Tactics is awesome, for sure. And I bet if I saw the drawing of that character from that game, I would have no issues with it. They just don't look as cool when like translated to this sort of generic modern Final Fantasy style. Whereas a lot of the old character designs, like, they really benefit from it because they couldn't really represent them very well in game back in the 80s. But man, an actual game featuring character designs and artwork that like reflected Yoshitaka Amano's art style would be pretty sick. EX skills. Okay. Skin set. Okay. I'm gonna guess none of this shit is like unlocked or whatever anyway. Chat messages, and it's not super important, but summon selection, yeah, okay. That's an easy enough choice. It's like, what am I looking at? Ally set details. Okay. Alright, so set, I guess, means like the equipment shit. Man, dude, like, look at the other team. Like, dude, that's like such a cooler looking team. Oh, okay. I guess that was a load screen. I didn't even realize. Alright, let's start with the basics. Right, jump on circle. Double jump. Right stick? Sure, I'll just use my right stick. I wonder if I even... Oh, yeah, well, I'm allowed to move with the joystick at least. Oh, thank you, thank you. Alright, we did it. There's a setting that unlocks everything but prevents you from saving correction. That's actually pretty awesome. Like, I like having that kind of stuff. Like, anything to let players play the way they want, I think is a nice thing that we, in some ways, don't get very often in modern games. In some ways, you tend to get it way more than ever, in others, not so much. I have a feeling this is going to be a nightmare on an arcade stick. Go to the person, the most riveting gameplay. Hey, it's bringing in that RPG flavor, right? Next, we're going to kill 15 rats, I guess. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be weird. Let me just... Oh, this is actually even plugged. It is charging. Wow, okay. Well, it was. Well, okay, hang on. Just make our life a little easier. Alright, cool. I'll just use this then. R1 to dash. R1 near a tree or wall to... I don't know if we're gonna... Do I... Trying to figure out how that works, but that's fine. Oh, I have to dash, I see. Run up a tree. Oh, okay. Camera's doing things. Bravery. Oh, we're really gonna... I'm just gonna do this and look at what we're being tasked to do. Okay. Press square. Is that a bravery attack? I guess not. Is this a bravery attack? Yep, I guess so. What's bravery? Okay. HP attack. Is this one of those? I guess so. I guess we wear down armor. Maybe I should actually read. Guard with L1. Stamina, it'll break. Press L1 while moving to sidestep. Hover with circle. just gonna do this real quick. EX. Oh yeah, that's the stuff we equipped. Summons. Force can be... Wait, what? Summon gauge fills... I see, I see. Hold down L2 and R2 to target the core. Yeah, I kind of figured that seemed to be the case. Okay, so target this. I'll fill up the summon. Wait, what? Where's my summon gauge? Like, scanning the screen. Oh, Alexander, that's the thing. Okay, do I... I'm guessing the little arc shows what's closest. So it'll... No, wait, what? Do I have to hit this dude to fill it, maybe? Oh, no, I'm targeting him. Its meter's flashing, so I'm guessing... Probably not doing something. Check out this in the meantime. Oh, do I attack this thing? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to break the core. That's what it said. Now do I do this? Okay, I see. Wait, do I have to hold it? I guess so. Yeah, see, I knew this game had an arcade version. I think maybe maybe that had me... I mean, how do I put it? Maybe I had the impression... this seems like an important thing to look. Of it being more... I mean, I knew it wasn't a traditional fighting game. Maybe it's more different from that than I perhaps expected. I don't know, not really, I guess. Alright, take down the other party. Take away all 3 points of the enemy's party health. Timeout is a loss for both parties. It's X to revive, okay. Alright, he's gonna kill me. Alright, yep. Revive yourself in the circle. Alright, okay. Let's see. No, okay. See, okay. Okay, the meters are like not super easy to read. It's a little weird. I'm just gonna look at the headlines here. Yeah. 4 battles. You know. I think that's enough. I mean, it's not probably enough to learn, but I don't want to spend all night on this game. I basically want to get some gist of what the game's even like. Oh boy, fucking 12 FPS menus. That's great. Story mode. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Oh my god. So I looked at this option and I was like, oh, arcade. Nice. Maybe it's like simpler. And then I looked at the text above where it says normal, a streamlined UI for Dissidia Final Fantasy NT. Arcade, the original detailed UI. So I guess what we just looked at was the streamlined, simplified UI. Well, I guess I'm not going to look to increase the amount of clutter. Jesus Christ. All right. Let's engage subtitle mode. Oh boy. Yeah. I wonder if this... Yeah, I'm curious to see if it had like a... anything that... like sort of arcade stick-y... I'm playing with pad, I'm just curious. Sure. Alright. Alright. Alexander reminds me of the building transformer from Big. I didn't even see what it looked like. I was like busy reading chat. I didn't even like... I think treasure and purchase item customize. I mean, that seems like fun, but... First of all, we'll be here all night, plus... There's probably nothing to do there at this point anyway. Fight a series of matches with AI opponents. That sounds like an arcade mode. We'll do that. Six battles with AI players. Sure. Boy, this is a whole thing. Wait, what's oh, interesting. Are there more characters here than on the other screen? It's like, seems that way, but maybe it's just the way they're organized. Probably. Oh, I guess we're going Noctis. Do I guess we eventually buy other moves. I guess we have to go into like the whole customized things. I'm curious to see, but I'm willing to guess anything interesting to do with like changing how anyone looks will be locked off behind spending money and or a ton of grinding, neither of which I'm particularly compelled to do right now. I mean, I'm stuck with Noctis, but recommended. Oh, okay. We'll take some cool dudes, I guess. Oh, I don't know. I guess we can go Kane and a recommended. That's fine, I guess. So customize, is that like the character or options? Or do we just get full on brought to the customized menu? I'm just curious. Okay, no, we're just full on brought to this menu, okay. Interesting. Well, we're... Actually, let me just... Yeah, okay, I see, that's how this works. Okay, so you can change the... I see, okay. Well, as expected, there's really nothing you can do here. I can change my title, which... I have no plans on playing this online, so... Doesn't really matter. Oh, okay, we get these like themed, or maybe it's, oh, I guess the stage. I see. Wow, we get to pick a whole bunch here. Okay. Oh, this looks cool. I mean, I guess some of the stages are probably going to be pretty cool. Like the summon. All right, okay. We got the house transformer. All right, we can chat. Page. Characters are slowly loading. Oh, we got Edge Lord. Alright, so gonna smash attacks here, I guess. Broken. He's not dead yet, I think. Or is he? I don't know. He's transparent. There we go. Alright, that's not the jump button. Oh yeah, I can use this button too. Oh, there's a core. I guess I want to target this thing. Okay, so breaking those builds your summon meter, I guess. Oh, I guess there's a little cooldown thing on my left there, I see. Do you have like iframes? Someone's yelling at me while my screen is flashing. Nope, okay. Where's my life bar, by the way? Stop. Oh, I don't fucking know. Oh, okay, he was summoning, I guess. Okay. There's a lot going on. Trying to walk onto something, anything. I guess I got hit in the side of laser beam here. Okay. Is that my life bar at the bottom where it says 360? Oh, okay. I guess some characters can fly. Trying to figure if I can, like, hit. Nope. Okay. Well, it's fine. I'm like trying to focus on one dude just to like understand what's happening. No, okay. Hit this thing. All right. Okay, hit something at least. But now there's like iframes or whatever, I guess. Oh, someone's like trying to summon something? Oh, someone is summoning. Okay, yep. Do they have a Noctis? Because that wasn't me, was it? Yeah, I figured the 2 and 3 on my left there, those are my teammates. I guess the bottom right is the opposing team. I guess there's no other Noctis, so someone did something and I summoned Alexander? Oh, I hit something maybe. Oh, can I get out of here? Dude, I don't understand what's going on at all. Everyone's just like running around. Occasionally I get hit by shit. What? Someone has a chance to Kodomo chance, whatever. I know what it means, but I don't know who or what they're referring to. Summoning 4 has appeared. There's a little radar. Oh, we won. Okay. I guess he did something. Interested to find out if I contributed to that at all. Okay, we contributed the most, I guess. Somehow. Okay. Okay. We're basically gonna go with the stages that look the coolest, I guess. Well, let's have some blue skies. That did not feel like, I mean, it didn't feel like a defeat either. It felt like running around trying to land hits, and then it ended. Yeah, the character intros are pretty cool, though.
do I like? Oh,
攻撃はガードで防ぐ一方
don't need to block. I'm fucking trying. Okay. Alright, let's I'm trying to. There we go. Yeah, it's like every time you land anything, it looks like they're just invincible for a year. So you gotta like. Okay. Pressing some buttons here. Nice, okay, I guess their bravery gauge was down. I didn't really realize, but worked out. And they don't really seem to care about me too much, so that's convenient. I got frozen by something. I can throw a little poison ball, but it's not gonna hit. Oh, okay. I can parry it or something. I got something. Everything is oily. Big padlock on that character for some reason. Okay, I thought they were behind something, but oh no, iframes, I guess. Oh, someone is. Let's do that, I guess. Incapacitated. Dude, I thought for sure their big dude was standing in the summoning circle. But then we show a cutscene of me summoning our summon. So I really don't know how that works. Oh, so the top left bars are like a team score, basically, right? So I got 2 kills, and someone on our team died once. Nope, okay. I can land. That should be. Oh, no, okay. Definitely have some cool visuals in this game, but. Well, I guess the startup on dash makes sense. Oh, I flew into something. I keep getting. I'm trying to fucking get out of here. I guess our summon is still around. Nope. Okay. Should have pressed square. Nope. Still on. Yeah, okay. What? Nope. That's not who I meant to target. Oh, that's a wall. Okay. I like ever damage? I don't know what's happening. Alright, that's a hit at least. So, alright, that's a combo. That should be. There we go. Okay. I thought I hit them with like 0 bravery like 3 times, but we did eventually, I guess. At least I sort of. I don't know. I started to understand about 2 more parts of the UI, so there's that. Oh, Midgar, sure, why not? It is very cluttered and a lot of stuff going on, that's for sure. But it's like, I guess if Alexander gets summoned, I know that someone on our team did something. Oh, I guess Squall has a different costume. That's cool. The music's pretty good. That's, you know, expected, basically. Like, canceling and defense stuff. Definitely not really clear on how any of that works, but that's fine. Lock-on targeting is also a little puzzling. Summoning Corp somewhere. I'm trying to fucking move around these boxes, but... It's over there, I guess. Oh, okay. Off the lock on. Bunch of red numbers, that doesn't look good. Alright, our dudes are getting fucking destroyed. What the? Oh, really don't understand the targeting shit. Okay. Keep summoning stuff. Yeah, the actual like engagements are so strange. Everyone's just using magic shit. No one's been killed yet. Avoid those giant bubbles. Sucked into them, I guess. Oh, he's broken now, okay. Oh, nope. Of course, just like the way a game like this works, like everything has a 2-year like startup. Okay, someone on my team got killed. So he got all of his armor back. I see. Did I just die? I think so. Let's X. It's so fucking hard to hit anything. Ever like you just like get close to someone, you press a button and you just like just fly off in a completely different direction. Whatever the fuck's going on now. Dude, this is like, I struggle to imagine how this could be any more confusing. He's broken. But how will I ever, like, actually hit him again? Now he's like invincible again, of course, right? Thought I was walking. I don't know how defending works. Oh, I actually blocked. I'm guessing our first... Yeah, that dude. Okay, I was like, I think 2 of our characters are on screen not dying, so... Okay. I mean, for all I know... We, Oh, I didn't even see that dude for all the match. I mean, I guess it was locked onto Squall for the entire thing, but... Oh, we leveled up. No reward. So I guess if we had earned up to 8,000 points, we would have gotten 1 treasure. Memoria. You can use the Memoria obtained to unlock more of the story. Wow, okay. Claim your spoils from the treasure menu and discover what you have won. Something else gave us treasure then, if not the score. I guess our just from leveling up on our account. Or sorry, our P-ULV. We're all like player level and like separate character levels. Oh, there's no continue, so... We got fucking destroyed in the 3rd match when they started doing something back. Well, I guess they were fighting back in the earlier rounds, but it's very hard to tell the difference from running around and fighting back. Just you get destroyed, a little more exploded when they make a more concerted effort to fight back, I guess. But let's see what we got. Let's claim and view the spoils we won. Supposedly got something. Claim your treasure? Sure. What do we got? We got some icons. Alright. Not sure if I can call them treasure, but... Hey. Who am I to make such a call? Alright, we got an icon and 2 quotes, I guess. I mean, they gotta, you know, if they have a loot box system, they gotta fill it with some crap. Okay, this looks more exciting. Is that a different animation? Oh, we got a golden icon. Looked like a fancier animation, but that was still not very exciting. What can you buy in the shop? Character items, player icons, battle music tracks. Okay. Appearances. Okay. That's actually pretty impressive. I mean, full on at least 1 different costume in alternate colors. Dude, that looks sick. See, this is what fucking Stranger Paradise should have looked like. So I'm gonna guess some characters are gonna have more like pardon, so yeah, I don't think these are like, from as far as I can tell, these are all basically the same, right? It's just a color. Different. Like spin them around or anything. The same? I think so. Yeah, it's a little hard to tell. Yeah, that's like all the classic like Amano Final Fantasy armor shit. Like, looks so cool. Reimagine. I'm guessing this is probably based on like some PSP or DS remake or something. Yeah, so this would have been like probably what the sprite kind of looked like. And this is probably what the like box art Amano version looked like. Yeah, Sissel I think had No, well, just... Oh, I guess depending on... Oh, there's a little mysterious... Oh, change jobs. There you go. Yeah, dude, that's fucking sick. Does this one look any different? Yeah, I mean, I guess they're all... You know, they're not going to be drastically different, of course, because whatever this is based on is still fundamentally the same character with the same design. So I guess this again is supposed to be a little more like whatever in-game versions. So I guess it would make sense that all of the yeah, like all of the 2D the fucking sword. All the like 2D Final Fantasy characters all have like multiple, because they've had like remakes, and you know the original games had such difference between the artworks and the games. But for like the more modern characters, they won't really have that, so they're more likely to have like an actual different design. I would assume that not many of them are like original to this game. Probably, yeah, this is like the Advent Children design, right? Like most of them are probably going to have some. Wait, is that not the slightly different pant leg? I don't know. If you showed me this, I would have said that this is his original design. What do I know? Oh yeah, I guess this is from one of the... Let's see. Great angle. You just barely see what the costume looks like. Charlie Noctis still is gonna look boring as shit though, right? Oh yeah, I guess he's like royalty or something, right? God, yeah. This is, you know, it's very different from the maid cat girl shit, but this is equally unappealing in a completely different way. Anyway, I think, well, I mean, these are the costumes that you can unlock. For all I know, there might be 40 costumes that you can buy as DLC. It wouldn't shock me, to be perfectly honest. Well, you know, this is one of those games that I put on the list not exactly knowing what to expect. We were able to play a couple matches resembling some sort of an arcade mode. I also, by the way, I'm like somewhat impressed that we've managed to play a PS4 game for 45 minutes and not gotten a single trophy. Not that I necessarily think that we achieved something that warranted it. It's just always interesting to see with modern games like this, because if this had been like Tekken 7, for example, I feel like we would have gotten 6 trophies already. That game just throws them away. But I feel like it's, I guess, appropriate for an RPG kind of a thing where you're probably... There's probably 50,000 different things in this game that you can really grind out for hundreds of hours, and that's probably going to be reflected in how the trophies are designed. I would have to, well, surely a lot of them are based on like online shit as well, but anyway, I think we'll leave it there. Time is it? 10:37. I've been going for almost 4 hours. I think I should take another very short break. I need a little bit of recovery after that. When I return, let's do another raffle and see what game we play next. See you guys in just a little bit.
All right. I've returned. And I shall set up a new raffle. So give me a second, and we will get underway with whatever's next. And there we go. New raffle has been opened. Type raffle in chat if you want to have a chance of picking the next game. I shall take this opportunity to head back to the old spreadsheet and update Dissidia Final Fantasy NT. We have played that game, or at least attempted to. Well, that counts. That counts. Just reset the timer as well, I guess. And hydrate. Man, I feel like I would say something, but I don't want to exert any influence over over the raffle or game picking procedures. It's sacred. But I will say I'm eager as always to find out what's going to be next. Is there anything for me to mess with here in the meantime? Probably not. Not really, right? You can go to the title screen. Oh, okay. I was thinking maybe we'd get some different music or something, but I guess not. Oh yeah, by the way, I can chill a little bit in the meantime. We got 90 seconds here. I posted a new article on my website earlier today. And I wrote an article on Metroid Dread. And by extension, some other Metroid-type thoughts. Feel free to click that link and check that out if you think that sounds interesting. I'm attempting to make an effort. Very non-committal here. I pretty much neglected my website, with the exception of uploading artworks. I didn't really do anything for my website all of last year. And I spent most of last year feeling bad about it. So I figured, I knew, like, right when I was playing Metroid Dread, I kind of knew that I wanted to write something about it. And finally got around to it. I'm going to try and see if I can set aside a little bit more time with a little bit more regularity. Well, than last year anyway. To write some more articles on games that I play. So are either of these characters you could pick, by the way? I don't know that I recognize them. I don't know that I can identify most of these characters anyway. Alright, here we go. Let's do some raffling. Let's go. Boom. Lamisar, congrats. Congrats. Good job on your rigging and whatnot. Mike, I'm sorry, you were just too late. You'll have to stick around for another chance. Well, Lamisar, what is it going to be? Right, yeah, it was, well, I mean, you can only compliment the winner on their rigging efforts. And, I mean, it went pretty well. Now, of course, the suspense is unbearable. You did miss the raffle, Mike, but don't worry, this will not be your last chance. I would say we will almost assuredly do at least one more game after whatever gets picked next, but it depends on how much it takes out of me. Street Fighter Alpha. Like a different announcer, it sounds like. I'm guessing that's on the Anniversary Collection. I'm just gonna look at my, because I have the Saturn version too, right? Which we probably play that, or it's under 0. I'm gonna just play the PS4 version because that's what I have up and running here. So let's just do that.
I'm gonna assume it's not gonna make much difference for you, and I'm just gonna make an executive decision here and say that we're gonna play this version.
So let's get some updates here.
That was a farty ass jingle. All right. Trying to think, like 30th anniversary. Anniversaries have always been weird with Street Fighter because the first game came out in '87. Because I've heard people talking about like, yeah, it's the 35th anniversary this year. It's like, this shit didn't come out 5 years ago. But I guess calendar year wise, it did come out 4 years ago at this point. So I'm guessing that I have this all set to Japanese because it allows us to play the Japanese versions of the games, maybe? Because they patched this, they released this like international version because it didn't have such a weird collection in some ways. Also, the Japanese translation is like terrible. Like it says Sentaku for choice. It should definitely be Kette, not Sentaku, but because yeah, when they first released this, it only had the US versions, and then when they actually bothered putting this out in Japan, they were like, oh well, whoops, I guess we should maybe add some Japanese versions. Yeah, you go offline mode first. It's everything about it's so weird. Yeah, pick art. Like, oh, I hate this so much. You don't get to like boot up the game and like chill in the game's attract mode. Like you pick the arcade mode. Well, maybe you can still see the attract mode once you pick arcade mode, but it is weird. They did add more stuff. Yeah, see, it even says right there, release date August 1987, but whatever. You still have, like, it says Street Fighter Zero, but they didn't put the graphics in for the Japanese version, so you still get the American logos for everything. Oh, that annoys me so much. So options, do you get options for this game? All right, game speed, game difficulty. I'm gonna assume, yeah, default. Okay, sure. I haven't played this in a billion years. I feel like... Wait, it's still in Wait, it's still not even the Japanese version. Maybe it changed the game to Japanese to check, or like in hope that you would be able to play. Load, save, input, command, original. Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, I can do like effect. Oh, we can put some back. Why is this animation like choppy? That's so weird. Why do we get artwork from Street Fighter 02? Like, oh yeah, remember Sakura from 01? Yeah, it's just like the whatever parent ramen name, like the most. But how do I fucking insert coins in this? R2, I guess. Okay, R1. I don't really know how to play anyone in this game, but I'm trying to remember this. No, okay. I'm trying to remember if it had alternate colors with like multiple button presses. I know this game has like
chains, but I don't know how it works. I don't like that, I guess. This is such a weird game. Hey, Lamasar, there's always next time. Dude, why? That's so hard to do. I do love the block sounds in this. Oh, I got my full beaner. Now I'll find a better challenge. Yeah, speaking of win quotes, so in the Japanese version of this game, every character has like 16 win quotes or something. Some of them are character specific, some of them are like specific to steamrolling, some of them are specific to winning like a close match, some of them are specific versus like male or female characters or that kind of thing. In the US version, every character got like 4 generic quotes. Among many other things that were like fucked up in the localization. Like Street Fighter 4 is the first Street Fighter game that had like a proper English localization, basically. What's up, K Street Fun Tube? Yeah. The chain stuff is not like complicated. It's more a matter of like, oh yeah, that's a thing. I have to remember that. I was gonna say, jump over that. Ooh, the cross up. Input's definitely a little stricter in this than you would expect in a modern game, but that's to be expected. Now we'll find a better challenge. But yeah, this game is like weirdly bland and empty. Like 02 is very much like a more complete version of this game. I mean, it's got its own wackiness with the custom combos and whatnot, but like stages are definitely a weird aspect of this game. They're not ugly, but they're definitely not that exciting to look at, and they have like nothing to do with the characters for the most part. They have like shared stages between characters. I guess she's meant to be from Italy, but then like who's the other character with this stage? Is it Birdie? Forget. Dictator's on the snow stage with Sodom. Like the roster is kind of small. Okay, the roll system. That's pretty quick super. Yeah, of course this is based on Where the Dragon. It's just like it's still such a generic, like relative to what you would expect from Street Fighter games. Obviously there weren't that many Street Fighter games, but even Street Fighter 2, I think for the most part had conceptually more interesting levels, even if the level of artistry is of course very impressive. No, I like this game, I'm sorry. I'm enjoying playing it like an arcade game. I just find this game kind of historically interesting. Like it's such a... I mean, it's a little bit like KOF 96. But it's like, cool, it's got great stuff in it. But in the context of what came afterwards, it feels weirdly empty. That's a trade I'm happy to take. Because of what came before it was empty? I mean, in some ways, yes. like specifically talking about the levels or the stages, like compare this to, I mean, Chun-Li stage of Street Fighter 2. Like, there's a lot more going on in that stage. I'm trying to. The timing of the change feels a little foreign. Oh, yeah, there's no cancel for this. Just like in Street Fighter 2. Yep, iframes, thank you. Oh, right, okay, of course. Wasn't sure if that was a thing in this game or not. I mean, I like this game better than 0-3. I'm not a big fan of 0-3 at all. Like, it's a massive game and an impressive game, and it's really cool and everything. But from a gameplay, like, mechanic standpoint, like I said before, I like dry games. And Alpha 3 is, like, pretty much as far as you can get from a dry game within the Street Fighter series. Like, every stage in this game has, like, fewer layers, not just, like, in parallax necessarily, but, like, in type of shit happening. There's, like, very few stages that have people in them at all. Nice. Yeah, this has chain combos. 0-2 has, like, custom combos instead, basically, which are way wilder in the grand scheme of things. I can't special cancel. Nice. It always annoyed me in this game how you have to use multiple buttons to use higher level supers. When I played this on PlayStation back in the day, like, I always found that to be very awkward and difficult to do. Street Fighter 0-3 also has, like, it's such a departure, like, stylistically in some ways too. Like, the music is good, I like it, but 0-2 feels much more like a high quality polished realization of I'm trying to do a wake up throw. Yeah, I'm getting fucking destroyed here. I don't like the music in this game as much either. It's a little too bubbly and weird. But Alpha 2 soundtrack feels much more I don't know, like a follow-up from Street Fighter 2. Dude, that was a fucking wake up. Ah, I didn't get my fucking wake up, Choryu. Oh, that's not how you start, I guess. I didn't fucking guess which is the start button, alright. I'm not sure if I would describe Street Fighter 0-3 as bland. To me, it's more that it feels a little detached from what had been established prior in terms of character and like musical themes, not just like the specific, you know, melodies and whatnot, but also just like style. Oh, that, okay. It's not what I intended to press, but I knew I had to punish there. Let's fucking do it. All right, that went a lot better. Yeah, Alpha 3 is cool. It's just so much its own beast. Like, I do think it feels very cohesive. Its presentation, the music, the UI, the announcer, like the style and personality of that game feels very consistent, internally consistent. But it doesn't feel as consistent with like Street Fighter. I mean, and I'm glad like that it exists. I think it's nice to have like different flavors of Street Fighter. That just happens to be a flavor that appeals to me less than others. Okay, well. This remix of his theme is so... I don't know, it's very mid-90s, I guess. It's not supposed to be a throw, but that's fine. Alright, iframe still saved me there. Comboing into super is like not really easy in this. Man, we still got. That's a cool thing about this game, though. It's so far, not far removed. What's the opposite? It's so closely removed, so far removed from Street Fighter 2. They still have a lot of Street Fighter 2 isms in it, like that, like the massive hitboxes and iframes on moves like the Shoryukens and stuff. Associated this type of music with Puzzle Fighter. Yeah, that's a great point, because it's definitely, it fits much better in that game, I think. Because that is such a bubbly, fun sort of, you know, version of these characters and everything. I mean, this is too, I guess, like not as sort of gritty as Street Fighter 2, call it that, but oh, perfect. I was thinking if he threw a fireball, I'd probably punish it, but he did exactly what would get past that. I don't exactly understand how the tech roll works in this, but... Dude, I'm trying to fucking super. There we go. Like, even this stage, I mean, the perspective is, like, dramatic, it's kind of cool, but just not as impactful as in Street Fighter 2, I think. That's so fucking satisfying. Fucking mid-screen. I was trying to do the Shoryuken. Got him. Alright. That actually went surprisingly well. We just had a little mishap with Guy, but...
I hate you, Ryu, more than ever. It's not over. You will die.
Sagat stares hard. Ryu ignores him. Ryu feels empty and very upset. Is this a fucking joke? Is that it? Great, you are weak. Sayonara. One more thing. A true warrior fights with skill, not anger. Ryu leaves Sagat behind. As he walks away, he meditates on the true way of the warrior. It's fucking localization, man. Nice little staff roll. I wonder if we would have got a different staff roll for 1cc. But yeah, like, Dictator stage. Yeah, Bird is on the other version of this stage. Like, I guess Chun-Li is the only character with a unique stage, I think. Everyone else has a shared stage with someone else. Like, that always bothers me in any game. But it's, like, extra shitty in this one. Because the stages are, like, kind of so bland and the roster is so small. Like, I can excuse it a little bit more in a game that has, like, a massive roster. Or even when it's like 1 or 2 stages that have 2 versions. But here it's like literally every stage except for 1. And that's, I don't know, that bums me out. But of course, you know, again, you look at the sequel and they've had the time and money, I guess, to properly do stages for every character. And all of a sudden you have a much more sort of memorable feeling to that game. Like, I can't imagine anyone, you know, you ask any person, or like, what would you consider to be like the iconic home stage for a particular character? And, you know, in some cases you might argue that it's probably going to be the first game they appeared in or whatever. But I think few people would argue that any stages in this are like the most kind of iconic or memorable version of what you would consider like the home stage for that character. I think Guy, maybe. Because the Japan stage in this game, I think, is the coolest stage. Because it's the one that feels like it has a little bit of life. It has details, it has character and personality to it. It's like the only stage that doesn't feel like monochrome and half of it is just like slightly retouched photos or whatever. Like this stage, it's not ugly by any means, the train stage, but it's like so kind of boring. I mean, they kind of made a version of that in Street Fighter 4, and that looked more exciting for sure. But like even Sagat, like this stage, I feel like there's a more exciting looking version of that stage in Alpha 2 or Alpha 3 as well, you know? Street Fighter 2 for that matter. There's just something about like the entire package of this that feels a little bit sort of bland, I guess. Yeah, all the characters are in that one stage. That took like 15 minutes, so I'm kind of curious to just mess a little bit more with this. So you can play as Goki, Dictator, and Dan in this if you use like cheat codes, I guess. I don't remember how to do it exactly, so I can't be bothered. Charlotte's right. Well, let's see how this credit will go, I guess. That block sound effect is fucking sick, though. I gotta say, I love it. Yeah, it's kind of fun, like... I haven't played a lot of other Street Fighter games that recently, but... Like, I guess it's interesting because, like, the visuals of these characters, you know, persisted throughout so many other games and everything. Like, it's one thing you look at Street Fighter 2 and you expect it to behave like Street Fighter 2. It can be a different matter when you see these characters, you might be more accustomed to the way they work in other games. Oh, right. Does he not have... I guess he doesn't have a Flash Kick Super in this. When certain things like look more modern, maybe not the right word for it, but that it behaves more like Street Fighter 2, it's, I don't know, it's a slight kind of disconnect, but it's fucking remix. It's, again, it's not bad. I don't dislike the music in this game per se, but it's not my favorite. Like, yeah, this stage had like an actual proper animated character in the background. It's got a little Street Fighter 2 movie poster there, which is pretty sick. Like, it's got cute touches like that. Got like the Honda bathhouse on the left and everything. This stage is like easily the most interesting stage in this game. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on with Nash in Street Fighter V. I mean, I don't much care for the character. I never really did. But I don't know about turning him into some weird Frankenstein's monster. It was a very undercooked plot. Let's just back this. Whoop. Oh shit! Recovery frames. Oh shit! My hubris. All right.
Uncle Zack could use you.
I think this is maybe my least favorite stage. Whoa, the cross-up. So I'm guessing, as a punish, like Superstar, like, instant, do the fucking cross-ups, and I got chipped out. Holy shit. I was gonna say, like, yeah, we'll see how far we get on this one credit, but we might not get that far, I guess. Timing for the chain stuff is kind of weird. I try to throw, but okay. Nash is Guile's friend. I guess he was his like mentor or superior or whatever. And they renamed him Charlie for no reason, because Capcom USA liked changing things for no reason, I guess. Because the localizations were all crap. Anyway, that was fun. I think we, not to say that there's not more to explore here, but I think we should, there's like 50 other Street Fighter games on this list anyway, so there'll be plenty of Street Fighter over the course of these streams. I'm happy to leave this here and call that time and set up a new raffle. So give me a second while we set that up. There we go.
Street Fighter Alpha.
Alright, D. See you around. The raffle is open. Type raffle in chat. And you may be the lucky winner. The opportunity to pick the next game. Mike, if you're still around, now's your chance. Oh yeah, let me update the spreadsheet. Street Fighter Alpha.
Street Fighter Alpha.
There we go. That is a nice track mode, but let's see. So, I guess we can, wait, how do I quit? Game終了. So you can get, like, game info. Yeah, I guess you get, like, taken to the corresponding museum page. Or maybe not, actually. I guess it's just a separate thing. Oh yeah, it actually tells you how to play Boke, Vega, and Dan. Yeah, like you press start, you hold start, you go to the random, you press down, 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 left, 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 and then weak and heavy punch together. Oh yeah, there's dramatic battle.
Yeah, but there's like the... Yes, changing this to Japanese didn't do fuck all anyway, so I guess... Like some of this stuff is like the biggest appeal of these Digital Eclipse collection, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, like the museum stuff they had in like the Samurai Showdown collection and the SNK 40th and stuff like that. They're really nice. Yes, Mike, you should be in. Yes, I can confirm that you have entered the raffle successfully. Remains to be seen how effective your rigging protocols are, but that's between you and the gods above. All right, let's do it. I can't believe it. The rigging protocols are fucking off the chain tonight. Just everything is according to Keikaku. Congrats. So what's it gonna be? KOF 11. Oh boy. So I'm gonna guess that's on PS2, right? I don't have some other version of that, do I? Yeah. Well, that's gonna be exciting because I haven't played that since 2006, I think. I don't know how to play that game like at all. But hey, it's KOF. We'll have some fun with it. I'm sure chat can teach me how to play. Let's do this, and we'll set that up, I guess. It's KOF Hype Month. That's a good point. That's a good point. All right, I'm gonna need to do a little futzing around here to set things up. I shall also shall leave you with some jams here. I'll just hop over to the BRB screen for a minute or two as I set up the PS2 to play King of Fighters 11. Be with you guys shortly. All right. Let me set up the capture. Oh yeah. There we go. And let's see if we can read the disc. I don't think I've actually tested this disc. I bought this game, I don't know, last year? And I'm pretty sure I haven't actually played it. I could be wrong, but I believe that to be the case. But I did play this like back in the day. Just not a lot. Let's see. I wonder if we need to change any of the capture setting stuff. I guess we'll find out soon enough. I recall when we played 94 Rebound, there were definitely some weird deinterlacing issues. And this should also run in like, I mean, the same resolution and everything, but so far it doesn't look super weird or anything. What's going on with the screen crop there, but whatever. Yeah, so most of the PS2 releases that SNK put out supported online play over KDDI. See, we can go into network match here, but of course, I don't have... Not only do I not have the network expansion, whatever, I have a launch PS2 that is not compatible with the network expansion unit. KDDI was also a paid service, which I obviously do not have a subscription to. So there's like about 6 different ways we are not going to be able to do that, but the game supports it. Choose which one when I can't even speak. My preference between K-Team or Elizabeth Team. I'll guess I'll have to see who's on either team. Because I wouldn't say either of those would have been my picks, but hey, that's why that's a reward for your pick. And we'll figure that out. I just want to make sure everything is set in a civilized manner here. So I think, I have a feeling, dude, fucking Magaki is like stupidly impossible, right? There's like no way we're beating this game. So we can turn it down to level 3 at least. System. I have no idea what this actually does. I know the PS2 version adds a bunch of stuff, but I don't know if any like gameplay changes that were like across the board, whatever that means. We'll leave it in arcade, I suppose. No. Right, my joystick, I have a Hori Rail Arcade for the PS1. As you can see from just the colors, it's got the face buttons in the center. So anytime I just like put my fingers on the buttons, I always misplace them and on the leftmost buttons, because that's how all arcade sticks have been laid out for like the past 15 years. Or maybe longer, 20 years. So I always gotta change that. So the range options for the music. Okay. It's horrible way to do this, but that's fine. I guess that can, those can just be the same. Like, no, wait, I need a fucking, I need a 5th button. Yeah, so this needs to be blown off. Which, R1 is the 5th, or like, this game uses 5 buttons, because this was not a Neo Geo game, of course, it's an Atomic Wave game. They added the 5th button. But the 5th button is for the CD attack, right? It's not like a tag button, because the CD is like tagging, I think. So, basically, I just want to make sure that this is an actual command that I need a button for. Yeah. Good. Just making sure. So R1 is whatever, but L1 needs to be light punch. And L2 needs to be light kick. There we go. So, no, because here's the, see? Like, here's the music option. It didn't make sense that it's on gameplay option. But maybe it's the stages? Because the PS2 ports of the SNK stuff usually added, like, 3D stages and stuff. So maybe, maybe that's what that affects? Like, this looks actually more correct. So, yeah, this is so funky. There's, like, excessive levels of, like, setting the anti-aliasing levels. Like, Type 1 just looks... Like, look at the outline. It's so fucked. Yeah, like, the resolution, like, the pixel... You can see, like, if you look at his chin, I'm not sure how closely you can tell on stream, but... Like, some pixels are doubled and some are not. So it looks kind of fucked. But I'm not even sure if it's scaled. Because everything should be, like, even double pixels. Maybe it's just, like, scaled up another 50% for this screen or something, which makes no sense. But actually, if I set it to this... Yeah, okay, that's actually, I guess, more correct then, because it's not squishing the rows of pixels. It's hard to tell when, like, the UI kind of looks almost more correct. But actually, you can tell... Yeah, never mind. I guess this is what we're doing. Just looking over at the stream to see that nothing's looking too weird. Load type. Okay, let's do normal, I guess. Maybe it simplifies, it's like quick character select or something. Game FAQ says about arranged mode, you get some new levels, some moves don't link into others anymore, and Magaki becomes much, much easier. Honestly, I feel like that kind of seals the deal. But actually, I suppose we'll get to see the funky PS2 stages then. Why not? We can have a conversation about how kind of shitty they are compared to the regular ones. Oh, I guess you have to, like, unlock all the boss characters and stuff in this. I don't remember how much of that works, because this game has a whole ton of hidden characters. Right now, I guess this is purely the arcade roster. They added, like, Robert and Mai from Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, and then, you know, there's Guy, Tendo, Silver, Jazu, Shohayate. Who else is in this? Like, there's a whole bunch of weird characters. I'm assuming Shion and Magaki are not unlockable, but I don't remember. Yeah, Adelheid is in this, right? Probably turn on autosave just to be sure. Bosses are unlockable and playable. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's like, I have such limited experience with the KOF series in terms of, like, home ports. That's not usually how I engaged with these games primarily. And even then, like, stuff would have probably changed between, like, the Saturn and PS2 and beyond. So, wait. Arcade play, team play, single play. I guess this is just like a single match, maybe? I don't know. Challenge modes in these ports are pretty cool, too. Yeah, let's start the timer and just hop into arcade mode. Team plays non-tag. That would kind of make sense, I guess. K-Dash is cool on Maxima. Elizabeth is Benimar and Dulon. I don't know how to play fucking any of these characters, to be honest. I don't like Kula, but I could probably play... I mean, I feel like K-Dash and Benimar are the only two characters between this 6 that I have any level of familiarity with. But we'll see. Yeah, I guess the screen mode... It's so weird. I don't know why it's like... such bad overscan. The way I have my capture set up, it's cropping more than it would need to anyway, but... I guess it's because it's all designed, like, the arcade monitor wouldn't have any overscan, so it would display correctly, but they have this, like, squashed together mode for the home version in case you get overscan like this. Not a huge deal off. I mean, I'd rather lose 2 pixels at the bottom of the portrait on the character select screen than have, like, uneven rows of pixels, but... well, we're probably not going to 1cc this game, so maybe we'll change things up. Oh yeah, okay, so I have to use the PlayStation buttons, I guess, to pick colors as opposed to my actual buttons I've set up. I don't know which color would do what. I don't know how many colors there are per character in this game. I just pressed some random buttons. Oh yeah, this is their worst, because it's always like this too. Or, no, okay, I actually... Hey, yeah, so press A button. I'm not gonna... My A button is L1, does nothing. I have to press square, which is my C button. Usually they would have, yeah, for this, like, square, X, triangle, and that, like, fucks me up because those aren't, like, the buttons I use. It says light punch. That's not my light punch button, but oh well. Yeah, the scaling isn't quite right. But it's partially because of the way the capture is set up. Okay, so I'm noticing right away that we're getting some deinterlacing issues. Yeah, okay, there's some stuff I can't really change without getting super annoying here. So let's so I think if we set the deinterlace option to blend, it's gonna look... Alright, what's the... Linear, I think is the one we want. This looks a bit rough, but we'll see. A lot of characters. Colors per character, that's nice. No, this just looks very jittery. It's probably not what we want. I remember exactly what I was talking about before, like with 94 Rebound having similar issues. I wonder if soft installation is going to help at all. I do like the song. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Yeah, blend, you get this like fucking motion blur. Bob is going to be... Actually, it's maybe the best we're going to get it. Alright, so... Okay, so A, B, and C, D, I guess, are the tag commands. So I think you can, like, isn't there like a quarter circle into tag or something? There's definitely a tag. Oh, sick. Actually juggled. You can definitely do a tag combo thing. I mean, I guess you guys let me know if you find the stream like hard to watch, the interlacing stuff. Do the other super. Like motion adaptive works great for like 3D stuff, but I guess for 2D games, not so much. PS2 capture is annoying as shit. Let's change this to linear, because I think that's what I used before. With Bob, you definitely got less artifacts, like less visible interlacing. Let's see how this compares. Oh yeah, so the stage we just saw is it's a PS2 stage because it's 3D, and this is like an arcade stage because it's all 2D. Man, I'm just realizing like how much more I've listened to the soundtrack of this game as opposed to playing it. because every song, as soon as it starts up, I'm like, oh yeah, it's this song. Actually, I should also do this. Yeah, this mode is kind of weird. Maybe I should have set it to the other screen mode, but I can at least do this. We can actually see the super meters. I don't think these are pixels of black, but yeah, jittering may be better than seeing combs, but this actually it does probably seem better. Oh, so you can't combo off of that in this game, I guess. Oh yeah, I have like a skill gauge in this too. Like the super meter at the bottom is like the super meter. What you use... Okay, throws are still normal. Okay. I actually don't know exactly what you use the skill gauge for in this game. So I don't think this game has like max cancel stuff. Is there a max mode? No, I guess not. Probably for the tag cancel stuff, which I don't know how to do. Oh, there we go. Yep, that costs a skill gauge.
You win.
Yeah, we'll see if feel free to let me know, like, cause I know Cooler and K-Dash, I have some semblance of awareness of what their moves are. Maxima, not so much. Oh, right. I was like, I'm pressing all the buttons. Like, no, because I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Yeah, Duelon, I feel like he was like busted, and I mean, I guess he's not a big deal in 13, and I don't know anything about 12, but I feel like he was. I don't know that he was like top tier in 03, but he had infinites. I know that much. So fucking sickest Fatal Fury team, Harry, Kim, and Duck King. And really want. This song's really good too. I mean, I really want Duck King, period. But I want the DLC teams for 15 to be weird. I forgot how good the soundtrack actually is, I have to say. Yeah, the tag combos are kind of weird. But yeah, so you pick the leader. Because you have like a leader super that only the leader can do. I'm sure we'll get to see some cool supers. So Kula, of course, was announced for 15 the other day. I watched the trailer like once on my phone. I didn't really remember to look at it more. I always kind of disliked... well, I didn't always dislike Kula, but I never cared much for her. Like, it's interesting to see her in this game because her sprites are definitely a bit funky looking. I get... Oh, okay. Like her face is kind of weirdly drawn and everything. Alright, we get this PS2 stage again. Wheel 2. I just like I grew to kind of dislike her. Like to begin with, she is kind of this moe sort of character that I've just, you know, isn't my favorite style of character to begin with. Even though she's not nearly, you know, as much that as certain other characters in certain games. But I mostly grew to dislike her because my friend played her in 13 and she was extremely fucking annoying in that game. So it's like a combination of a... even though like visually I
I don't like her design. She's like her sort of the way she looked in combination with how annoying she was to deal with made me I don't know, foster negative emotion towards that character. And Al's kicks are so cool looking. Good old vapor cannon. Yeah, she's no Ingrid. That's a good point. She's not a like magical princess girl. Oh, fuck all moves here. Oh, that's fine. Oh yeah, okay, so right, you can super because you can do fucking dream cancels in this game. That's where that comes from. I'm trying to do others. I guess that's not how you do it, but that's fine. So use skill points or skill gauge to cancel stuff that's not otherwise allowed to be canceled, basically. So you can do tag canceling or super cancels, I suppose. Yeah, this was the first game that was not on Neo Geo. Well, not counting Neo Wave, but it uses, of course, the same sprites as the Neo Geo games. And then 12 was the first game with the new sprites, which was extremely... I mean, we talked about Street Fighter Alpha and KOF 96 being like half-finished games. If those games are half-finished, then KOF 12 is like 1/6 finished. It's like barely a game. I mean, it plays whatever, but like, it is the most utterly bare bones thing you could possibly imagine. And then 13 is like the finished version of that game, basically. Alright, good old Esaka. So you can see here too, like the CG, like pre-rendered people in the back. Like all these like 3D stages they added to these PS2 ports, for the most part, were pretty dank. I think honestly these ones are better than most. But yeah, I really hated what they did in some of those other stages in like O2UM and stuff, where they put like 50 sprites from other games that like don't really fit in the background. Tagging just always felt weird to me in KOF. Alright, let's actually look here. Nope, that's... I'm trying to find the fucking buttons there. There we go. Okay. 6A, 3C. Flank shoulder, okay. Makes sense. Beatbox, come on. Let's get feint. Oh yeah, okay. Hold it for feint. Blitz cannon. Maxima scramble. Alright, okay, so QCF, QCF, HCF. After back kick. Maxima lift. Senton press. Oh, okay. And okay, so it's got half circles both directions. I see. KOF 94 rebound ass stage. Yeah, that's not an entirely unfair way of putting it. Yeah. Part of the last input. Again. Oh, and yep. I'm being hit by that. Oh, okay. Well, that works. Kind of. Okay. Some weird scrolling going on there. Actually, let's check out if it says Leader Chohitsatsuwaza. Oh, okay, so it's cortical forward back blown off button. Okay. Sick. Okay, so how much did that cost? 2 bars? So basically, you would get one character would get one like level 2 vert, like SDM super. I want to say like in 03 there was a similar system with the leader desperation move, but the way I remember it is like that it was a little more unique. Like the H SDMs in 02. But maybe I'm misremembering. I haven't played either game for so long. I never really liked 03 or this game. But 03 was still on Neo Geo, so you could play it on emulator as soon as it came out. So, you know, of course I played it then. But because this game wasn't accessible in the same way, I played this one even less. I remember actually playing KOF 03 on Kylera over dial-up, getting destroyed by dual-ons with like a second and a half of input delay. Those were the days. So when I say I don't like playing online, that's like not a new thing. So I guess you can't do the... Oh, that hit really weird. Okay, well, first you don't succeed. Okay, I was trying to do the cancel. Did I cancel off blocks? Maybe. Yeah, some of these stages are like inoffensive for being this style of stage, but they have these like weird CG people. I don't know. I'm just enjoying the music. Yep, you can cancel that on block. I don't know why it isn't working for it. What's up, Blood Axel? I mean, Kylera sucked, but you know, didn't have GGPO in 03. Ah, I thought that would combo. I think I fucked up the cancel, so it was like a weird mistimed link. Like a block string, basically. Man, I like this design for a Kenso. Believe it or not, I actually like Momoko as well. Like, I don't understand why either. This is definitely the type of character I would normally not like at all. I think her moves just look pretty cool. I would definitely not mind seeing her. I wouldn't say she's on my like short list of characters I really want to see in 15. I don't really care for any incarnation of the Psycho Soldier team, really. But I think what I really would want to see in general in KOF 15, I mean, I'm super excited for the game. I have no shortage of characters that I like to play who are in it already, but it's always the most exciting to see characters come back if they like haven't been around for a while. And I mean, what I really want are like obscure deep cuts like they made for some of the more recent games, like bringing back Raiden and Huajai for KOF 12 and 13 was kind of unexpected. AG and Duck King that were in this game. You know, obviously 14 didn't do that so much, but it had like 50,000 newcomers instead, and you know, you had the characters from the patch slot games and stuff, which was kind of cool. And 15, you know, I don't personally. Cherami is cool, but otherwise, I'm not a huge personal fan of the new face team. I never really played any of those characters. I mean, Yashiro is cool too. I'm happy to see the Mac. I never much care for Chizuru, so like none of those returning characters that they brought back for that game are anything that I'm like personally excited for, you know? I would be much more excited for Franco Bash or Onfu or fucking Tenjin. I don't know. Weird deep cuts from older games and stuff. Bring back fucking Axel Hawk, or Mickey Rogers, or John Crawley. Yeah, she like, you can tell too, like, I mentioned Kula looks a little peculiar. Shion's face also very similar looking, but a lot of these characters from this era, like Adelheid too, is like super cool animation. I mean, I think, like I said, with Momoko as well, he's obviously a character drawn in a very different style. But a lot of these motions just look so cool. Like Adelheid for sure is a character I would really like to see back. Destroy her. I mean, we are currently. Nice. Got him. Looks so stupid. I never liked Max. Like the only time I liked Maxima was in 13. I didn't like his robot suit in 14. In fact, I mentioned this many times before, but a lot of characters got like makeovers for KOF 14, and I pretty much don't like any of them. I accidentally painted my favorite cannons. Got him. So like every character who retained their 14 look in 15, I'm like, ugh. They look better because everything looks better, but I just wish, like I'm so relieved that Terry, for example, just got his classic look back because he looks so much better. And I really wish they would have done the same thing for like Robert and Maxima or kind of anyone. Like Yuri has long hair again, which I don't think I think she had short hair in 14. Like some of the characters that were not changed very drastically, like Joe and Mai, it's not so bad. But then you have like, I don't know, Vanessa and Robert, Maxima, Kula. I really don't like K-Dash. So many of them have like changes that seem like changes for the sake of change. That are like conceptual, like if you squint, they kind of look like the same character design, but when you actually look at all the details, they kind of serve just to make the characters look uglier, in my opinion. But at the same time, they're like similar enough that there's no way they would ever justifying putting out the original costume as like DLC or an alternate costume, because like if you put K-Dash's like this costume in 15, it would be so close to his current default that he would just like, you couldn't tell them apart basically. Right, he allows me to touch him. That seems definitely like he's easier. I just remember this guy being a gigantic jerk. I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna get like life back or. Yep, chip down. Nice, okay. I figured he has like iframes and stuff or projectiles covering him, but I'm trying to tag out. Yeah, okay, it's not working. I'm probably dead. That was that little kick was my attempt at doing the super again.
But yeah, I mean, obviously the fact that I could almost win, like, yeah, okay, he must be infinitely easier in this mode. Because I just remember really hating fighting this guy. There were very few KOF bosses I remember enjoying, but yeah, let's just reduce CPU health. Just get this over with, frankly. I just pressed some buttons, so I don't know what colors. Yeah, I guess you should hold like R1 or hold start or something to get totally different colors. Yeah, that was almost 1cc, but I'm absolutely not feeling any amount of frustration for not getting it, because I would never have expected that to be in the cards at all. So I'm just like, hey, you know, that went pretty well. I should probably vapor cannon or something. Oh, it didn't go great. Whoa! I got an auto-corrected jump input to jump the other way, and then I pressed. That was kind of weird. This music kind of sucks too, by the way. Okay, he's like... So, how? Chip down. I think my next character... Yeah, okay. So I landed like 3 hits, maybe. Which makes me just even more confused. What did I do differently? I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely not picking anything else. So I held R1. I wonder if that gives us different colors. See if we can maybe save up some meter for landing that. Okay, we did get different colors. Yeah, I remember, like, obviously, KOF had plenty of annoying, cheap bosses. I remember Mukai in 03 was great because he never blocked on wake up, so it was super trivial to just cheese him. Like, KOF bosses generally needs cheese strats, I feel like. Roll here. The pushback is just insane. Okay, he crossed up. Good. Oh, come on. I was hoping that would hit through. Nice. Okay. Is that gonna kill him? It might. Yeah. Good. Just need to land at the ones. Alright, we did it. Yeah, I don't know, like, it's a cool game in a lot of ways. It's got a quirky, interesting roster. And I don't think the game systems are like terrible or anything, but they're not my preferred style of game for KOF. The stage is like, I don't know, I think this was just kind of an awkward transitional period in KOF in terms of like presentation and style. Like this shit is awesome, and it's also actually not that different from, like, it's got the Nona artwork and everything. It's not that different from 13.
But like the stages aren't, even disregarding the weird polygon PS2 stages, the arcade stages for the most part aren't like aesthetically super memorable or impactful. And there also is like sort of this slight disconnect between the look of the characters and the look of the stages. And compared to some of the stages, I mean, I don't think 03 and even 02 are very strong in that department. Like, I think 2000 is probably the last KOF that had like really amazing stages on Neo Geo. There's, you know, there's the exceptions here or there maybe in all those games, but it wasn't as amazing looking and like cohesive and just appealing. Man, give K-Dash this costume in 15. Yeah, that's true, Led Axel. I agree. Like the presentation just overall didn't feel as cohesive and sort of slick, and I don't know. I like this better than, like, this reminds me a little bit of 2001 with the bright colors and the like the flat shapes and everything. But like the art style for all the portraits and stuff in this is pretty whack. Like, I love this art. I think it's awesome. But the actual art for the portraits is like, by KOF standards, to me, like really weirdly weak. And I think it's the same. I don't think it's different between the arcade and PS2 for this game. I think some other games they changed it, but I could be misremembering. Maybe I'm thinking of Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, where they changed some of that stuff for some home versions. I'm not sure. Yeah, the portraits in this game are probably the ugliest they've ever been in KOF. And they don't match the look of anything else, really. Freaking Comic Sans credits. Like, if you look at the like the box art, not just the Hiroaki artwork, which is of course always gorgeous. I do think like the character illustrations, the individual character pinups for this game are my favorite in the entire KOF series. Fucking Lord Hiroaki, yeah, he's my favorite SNK artist, and they're just the best. But you don't ever see them in the game. I guess they're probably in, like, if there's like a gallery thing, we might take a look at that. Font design. Expertly artisanal Comic Sans. Thank you for the GGs, I appreciate it. I don't know that I would say, hey, we unlocked Adelheid. And we unlocked gallery ending. You know what? Even this, like, this kind of makes me want to play more. It's such a, like, I don't know, simple joy of beating arcade mode, unlocking a character, and getting access to the ending in the gallery. Like, it just, like, pisses me off that, like, modern fighting games can't even get that shit right, I guess. What was I going to say? Yeah, no, I don't know that I would agree that Falcoon's... Well, I mean, he was never really in charge of the... I mean, he was like the lead illustrator on 03, and that was it. And I think his the character portraits or illustrations, like, for that game were... I don't know. Not my favorite. They were fine. Well, I'm not really talking about, like, unlockables. I'm just saying, like, having an arcade mode and having an ending, and, like, I mean, to be fair, KOF 14 has that, and it's got a lot of unlockable stuff, and I'm guessing 15 is going to be similar. I'm not really talking about, like, getting stuff and unlocking it instead of having to buy it. I'm just saying it goes into a longer and deeper conversation about frustrations with modern fighting games offerings in terms of single-player stuff. And how there's this perception of the way fighting games used to do single player stuff in the 90s and 2000s is archaic and obsolete, so therefore we shouldn't do it. Except modern games, more often than not, end up doing fucking nothing instead. And I don't know how that's gonna be better. Like Tekken 7 is and Marvel Infinite like was a 1-2 punch of like just shockingly terrible excuses for replacements for what had previous. Like Marvel 3 has like arcade mode endings, and it's got the, what's it called, like the Heralds, Heroes and Heralds, that's what it was called, the mode, like the card mode, like it's got goofy stuff like that. And then Marvel Infinite has like this shitty Mortal Kombat style story mode that sucks ass, and I didn't actually even finish it. That's how bored I was with it. I even finished Tekken 7 story mode, which is otherwise the worst fighting game story mode I've ever come across. And they robbed us of like the traditional, always super entertaining, super fun Tekken CG endings. That's like the highlight. I mean, I have a tremendous amount of respect for competitive Tekken play, but personally, as a casual Tekken fan, like I was always way more interested in just beating the game with every character and messing around with them, customizing some cool outfits in Tekken 5. You haven't truly been able to do that since then. It's got customization, but the customization in Tekken kind of sucks too. Because you can just get these fucking moon boots that are 5 sizes too large and they're same for every character. It just sucks. But you can't do that in Tekken 7 because it doesn't have endings, and it's shit. I mean, it has an arcade mode, which is terrible. It's like 5 matches. It has character story, whatever, where you do like 2 matches and you get a little in-engine cutscene of your character standing on one of the levels from the game and saying 2 lines of dialogue, and that's it. Like, terrible, terrible. And like, I loved, I should say, still, the sort of notion of doing stuff that isn't strictly necessary, but is adds to the appeal. Like, I think KOF 12 and 13 like so greatly illustrate. I understand that it's an economic reality that you cannot pour years and years into something and not recoup that money. But 13, for as much as I like the game, for as much as I love its visual presentation, still feels very lackluster compared to KOF 98, or I mean even like 96, which is half finished, has stage intros. It has intros between characters, win poses, all that stuff. Like, so many things that are just kind of missing because it's, you could look at like launch Street Fighter 5 as well, even though it's not much to do with that aspect in particular, but that's a game that feels like it was engineered to like only contain the absolute bare minimum of what was considered necessary. And it felt super barren as a result. And I think obviously different developers handle this stuff differently, but on some level, maybe it's just me, maybe I'm projecting and speaking from a completely personal standpoint, but like, I feel like there's been some move towards like that realization of like, you know what, that flavor stuff that isn't necessary, like it does mean something. It's not meaningless. And I would love to see that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know. I think, for example, again, Tekken 7 and Marvel Infinite are like kind of the worst offenders. Soul Calibur 6 kind of to a degree. Definitely Street Fighter 5 to an extent, although I appreciate what they did with the arcade mode when they added that. I think they overhauled the survival mode to actually make it fun. So like Street Fighter 5, I don't think is it's not like groundbreaking or anything, but it's not a bad package for single player stuff now. It was for the first year or two for sure. Not so much now. I mean, yeah, I think it's cool to, the VF single player modes for sure. World Tour and Alpha 3, like, I would definitely welcome stuff like that. I think NRS has done some interesting stuff, not even really talking about the story modes, even though I enjoy those. Like the tower stuff, it can be a little grindy, but Crypt, I don't exactly like what they've done in MKX and 11, but like they're exploring some interesting stuff there. But I agree, like building new modes around how you actually play. Like actually, Killer Instinct is maybe the best example of like a really solid single player package because it's got arcade mode endings and it's got like multiple endings, just like Killer Instinct 2. And it has the Shadow Lords mode, which is like this extensive campaign stuff. It's actually a really, really cool mode. I would love to see something like that in Street Fighter or KOF or MK or what have you. But I think for me is like going back to playing a lot of these older games, I'm realizing like, yeah, okay, sure, you need like online and you should definitely do more with like tutorials and whatever else. Like, yes, there's a need for modernized feature sets in these games. Like, I'm not debating that at all. My point is more that you should not throw out the baby with the bathwater, I guess. Like, complaining about the old games being obsolete in its feature set doesn't mean that what was there should be discarded. Like, it's weird that like survival modes and endless modes and challenge modes and time attack and whatever, like, you know, team battle, like all that shit that was sort of low-hanging fruit and was able to be included in most games back then, like barely ever see it nowadays, which is kind of weird. And even like in arcade mode, even if you don't have like a boss character, I kind of feel like you should, but even if you don't, having character endings, I don't know, I feel like it adds so much to just like be rewarded with a little bit of artwork and a piece of music or something for completing the game. Like, I will, you know, especially if you give me some kind of reward, you have a gallery and unlocking stuff, like that will make me want to finish the game with every character. And I think that frankly is like more than I would engage with a lot of these games otherwise. So I think, to be fair, the games I'm basing this like judgment of modern games on is not a cross section of the entire market. My understanding is that Arc System Works has been pretty good with not stripping everything out in more recent years, but I don't really play any of their games, so I wouldn't really know. But Tekken hit me hard because I'm not even a big Tekken fan, but that is an aspect of Tekken that I've always enjoyed. And I think Tekken 7, in so many ways, is the best Tekken game of all time. But in terms of single-player content, I think it's the weakest one in the entire series. Soul Calibur is another series that I like had a lot of fun with over the years. But the more recent entries, I've just, even though it's not that they don't have content, it's just that the content's that's there is just really boring. Rupu AF, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what's next with Tekken. I mean, I still really want Tekken Cross Street Fighter. I would really love to see what that would end up being. But even if Tekken 8 is on the horizon, you know, it'll probably be years before we get it on console or however that's going to work. I just hope we don't get something that's even further pushing in that same direction. Show. Greetings. All right, let me just look at this real quick. Okay, so we didn't unlock anything for the character, whatever that is. Oh, it's okay. Oh yeah, so character would be the individual character pinup. So this is just a full-on gallery of just whatever. Yeah, this is the like arcade poster, Hideaki artwork. I love this art so much. Yeah, more promo art. So I guess this is the box art. Community's obsessed with KOF 11. Yeah, I understand, like, this is a game that even in more recent years has its dedicated fans. Yeah, I think this is the cover for the guidebook, I think. It's a shame that there's no like documentation what any of it is. So a lot of these other works, like I know in Neo Geo Battle Coliseum and some of these other releases, they also have a bunch of these artworks or like galleries with stuff. So I'm gonna assume that a lot of this was like for like, well, this is kind of obvious what it is, but I think some of these would have been for like New Year's greeting cards and stuff like that on the website, or even
Some of it may have appeared in magazines or guidebooks and stuff. There's like a slew of artworks like that in some of those other games. 2004 Kensu Oswald Magaki. Capoeira girl. I guess you didn't have a name yet. And the quality is a bit questionable, but I mean, it's even shit like this, you know, artwork galleries, like Mortal Kombat is a great example of, like, they put so much shit in like Deadly Alliance, and that became the norm to have like all these galleries and stuff. And they had a bunch of like unused character designs, with like comments and notes. And then in the more modern games, especially in 11, like that is super duper like reined in. Like technically you can unlock artworks, but you can, like, the amount of artwork you see for stuff that didn't actually make it into the game is like extremely limited, and that, like, it's super boring to me. Yeah, there's all those, like, yeah, the like early sort of sprite designs, like sketches for Chubos, like mid boss, no name. Oh, it's a different version of that, I guess. Yeah, okay, so we get this at least. I mean, it's a shit version, but these are the illustrations. I'm sure you get this in the character gallery. These are the Hiroaki illustrations that are, like, so fucking gorgeous. Like, I feel like for at least, like, half the characters here, when I think of, like, that character, this is, like, the definitive illustration I'm thinking of for that character. Like, they look... Just love this art so much. You're thinking of the Crypt show. Like, the Crypt started in MK Deadly Alliance. And it had, like, the Crypt in Deadly Alliance was maybe the best one, because it had, like, yeah, that's where you unlocked characters and costumes and stuff. But it also has a bunch of, like, joke artworks. I love the Magaki in the suit. He looks so sick, by the way. But the actual boss version kind of sucks. In MK9, it's mostly the same. But it's, like, over the years, it's drastically reduced in the type of stuff you can actually unlock in it. And specifically, like, the sort of concept art and sketches. Like, yeah, in MK9, actually, I think MK9 actually arguably is kind of the worst, because in MKX and 11, there's at least a very small handful of pictures that show gradual evolution of the character concept design. Like, actually, X maybe has a little bit more than 11. But MK9, I think there's flat out no artwork at all that isn't, like, here's the final design, like, character model sheet for this costume design. So there's no actual... you can't really go into the gallery and see stuff that didn't make the cut or wasn't meant to be, which is, in my mind, always the most exciting. I mean, we don't get that here either, but there's no precedent for that really in KOF. There has been very occasionally stuff like that, sure, but it's not the norm. Whereas MK did that with so much stuff, like Deadly Alliance and Deception and Shaolin Monks even had, like, really cool concept art galleries. I think especially for something like Mortal Kombat, where so many of the characters... For MK9, I would have absolutely loved to have seen the sort of artwork exploration, because of that game's nature as this kind of reboot of collecting MK 1, 2, and 3 into this new game. Every character is redesigned, but every character is, like, sort of... almost every character design is very evocative of those original designs from the old games. And I'm sure that was an iterative process of making, you know, coming up with those final designs. And it bums me out that... I don't know, bumps me out is maybe harsh, but I would really love to see what some of those designs might have looked like during that process of discovery, or figuring out what they were going to be. Now, the Crypt in MK11 sucks for many other reasons. Like, the thing is, like, MKX introduced the sort of first-person dungeon crawling adventure aspect to the Crypt, and MK11 kind of took that even further. And the thing is, like, as their own first-person adventure kind of thing,
There's some neat stuff in it. You collect items, so you solve simple puzzles, and you access new areas. Like, I think X did it better than 11, but it's an interesting idea. As a vessel for unlocking shit in the game, it is terrible because it makes everything so tedious. And in MK11, it's extremely annoying because it's not even like everything is randomized. So the stuff that you even can, like most of what you get, like most of the times, the contents you find when you open chests are like consumables. If you wanted to unlock skins or costumes or custom parts or custom moves or whatever you unlock, like in MKX, if you want this a particular costume for a character, you get enough money, go to where the chest is, you unlock it. Some chests are hidden behind puzzle stuff you have to solve first, but you can kind of get there if you know what to do. It's more annoying than in previous games, but you can still do it. But in MK11, it doesn't work that way at all because it's all tied to the whole like loot system. So I think each crypt over the last couple of MK games has become arguably more interesting as its own mode, but it's gotten progressively worse as a means for unlocking stuff. And I think, frankly, I would much rather the effort going into a mode like that. I would rather see it go into a mode that actually is built on the combat itself. You know, the main gameplay, as we talked, like a World Tour mode or Shadow Lords or something like that. And if they're gonna do a third-person action-adventure thing, like just make it its own game. I want to see Mortal Kombat spin-offs. It's like frustrating to me that we haven't seen one. This year, of course, is Mortal Kombat's 30th anniversary. It's Street Fighter's 35th. It's Mortal Kombat's 30th, and I feel like we should hopefully be able to expect something. Well, it's possible. It's certainly rumored that NRS's next game is MK12 and not something else. And if it is, I suppose it's possible that it could be announced and released in the same year. I would maybe more so expect that that's a little further off still, but we might get some kind of other like reissues or remakes or remasters or something this year as some sort of a consolation, and depending on how that's executed, could still be really cool. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, the MK Trilogy HD thing is it's a long and sordid story. And I guess there is a possibility for sure that that could materialize for real. And I would be very happy with that for sure. I'm still extremely disappointed that the HD whatever remake, like the live action footage that they shot the footage and everything for MK1, 2, and 3, and it just didn't. It was never finished, and it was canceled, and we got the crappy arcade collection instead. Because that would be like my dream. Like I love the digitized actor concept in general. So I would really love to see a new MK. I mean, new, whether it's indie games or whatever. Like I want to see fighting games do that and do it well. I want to see that technology used to its kind of full extent. I mean, that's a big reason why I'm super hyped for Dark Presence. The game seems wild and weird in many ways, but it's like, fuck it. Someone is putting a lot of effort and heart into making an attempt at capturing that style and doing it in a modern way. Hell, even like not doing it in a modern way, just doing it in the old way would still be exciting because it's not like you're drowning in that kind of game nowadays, right? But regardless of what it is or how it's made, like that would be. I'm always up for more Mortal Kombat stuff, that's for sure. But again, yeah, we just have those few tantalizing glimpses at there's some photos that have survived from like a makeup artist who worked on the shoots. Like there's photos of people in costume. They're like very faithfully recreated costumes from the old games. Yeah, getting like, honestly, I think like MK and getting like behind the scenes looks at early Mortal Kombat stuff was definitely very what's the word, formative in my like becoming interested in game development. I love those games, and like seeing real people in the games, I think, gave you something to connect to. Learning the names of the actors who were in the game, and then from there, just like seeing photos of games being shot and like, you know, I was on the internet like reading about stuff about MK3 before that came out, and MK4, and especially MK5. I was on mk5.org before it became MK Online on the forums and like discussing all the latest details and shit like that. That was an exciting time. So MK has always been like not just a series of games I like, but always kind of central to my interest in like game development. So any kind of information, or especially imagery, you know, from the making of those games, to me is like kind of the holy grail type of stuff. Anyway, guys, KOF 11. Not a bad game. Not a bad game. Well, I just realized that it's half past midnight, and I think that's a little late to start a new game, given that I usually go till about midnight. I could squeeze in a Street Fighter Alpha 1, but I couldn't squeeze in another Dissidia, I think. So we're gonna play it safe. I need to be not overexerting myself because I'm going back to work on Monday, which I'm somewhat dreading. But and also I'm streaming tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to be alive for that. I need to figure out what the heck I'm streaming. As I mentioned at the beginning of tonight's stream, I have a bunch of stuff sort of lined up in the wings. Not necessarily ready to get started on right away. I just have to sort out kind of what I want to do first. But there's definitely interesting, weird old games that I want to be playing soon. We're definitely going to be playing more fighting games as well, though. But these will be all the fighting games for tonight. As we reconvene for tomorrow's stream, starting at 1 p.m. Central European Time, we will once again begin gathering the funds for the next installment of the Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Friday Night Bonus stream. And it'll be up to you guys how quickly we get it. Thank you very, very much for hanging out. Thank you for everyone who followed, subbed, rated, and all that good stuff. I really, really appreciate it. I will ask one thing of you, and that is that you stick around for another minute or two as I figure out where we're sending all you lovely people. Who is streaming, and who are we gonna raid? What is going on? I'm trying to find someone who hasn't been streaming longer than me and are probably ending. Man, it's like a bunch of follow people, but like we even man, this is harder than usual. All right, fuck it. He's probably ending soon, or he might be going for another 6 hours. Who knows? But let's go raid Trap before he can raid us, because he usually does. He's playing some dank PC88 shit. It's pretty sick. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow with video games of some nature. Take care of each other. Take care of yourselves, and thanks for watching.